Good evening, everyone. Happy Sunday and welcome to UKITT. We are in week 3 of the tournament and things have been hotting up. People are feeling competitive, players are playing excitedly, and we're just all having a great time. My name is Lee Farnell and I'm joined today by the amazing Costa. Costa, how are you doing?
Hello, thank you very much, Lee. I am joined by the amazing Lee Fornell as well. I'm doing fantastic, to be honest. This is week 3 of UKIT. There's been already a lot of action, jam-packed with the first 2 weeks, and we're coming to the point of the tournament where we're going to start seeing a couple of the teams that are starting to be that tiny bit more level above the others. But still early on, week 3. There's a lot of hype, a lot of fun with the community, as well as all the different teams and picks that we've been seeing, Lee. So how about yourself? How have you been finding the tournament so far?
Yeah, it's been very exciting, very exciting. There's no predictable matches happening at all. Things have been very exciting from all fronts. I mean, personally, I got my first victory this week, so I'm currently riding that high.
Get it! Good stuff,
yes.
man.
Being able to rep my star, being well and truly proud to wear on my blazer today.
Very good blazer.
Thank you.
As well,
as is yours, as always. You're quite well known for your blazer game within the casting community. You're looking dapper as always. But yes, great start for everyone. I think again, it bears repeating. UKIT is just a lot of fun. We know that there's obviously the competitive aspect to it all, but as long as people are enjoying it and having fun and growing their own practicing communities, perfect. That's exactly what we want from UKIT.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, especially because there's a bit of a gap going into Worlds. We've got like another 1 to 2 months ish. I think this is like the great opportunity, let's say, for whether you have qualified and you get more experience and practice with like-minded people, but for, I would even argue, for people that haven't been able to, this is a great sort of cushion period of time to not only go ahead and get practice in advancement of the new season that will be coming in September, but it's also a great opportunity to be able to build new friendships, new bonds as well. Maybe even go ahead and organize a couple of trips together, especially with the new season coming up with all the different events. But yeah, it's a really great opportunity to be involved. UKIT, I think it was Lee, I think it was back in 2020 we've hosted our first ever UKIT, so seeing us 5 years ahead of that time right now, still running live, well, healthy, seeing the community flourish is a great honor, in all honesty.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been something that's been a long-standing tradition now within the UK and Ireland community, and the fact that it just grows from strength to strength, it's beautiful. The fact that this community is growing as well, even throughout changing the games, obviously, starting throughout the Sword and Shield times, going into Scarlet and Violet as well, and now potentially what happens in the future, who knows? Champions on the horizon, potentially Generation 10. Everything's very exciting, so we'll see where it goes from here. And speaking of the matches, though, we've got some very, very exciting games coming up. Obviously, we've got our regulation I matches, but we've got a couple of wild cards as well. We'll reveal more when we get to those matches. But shall we take a look at the first game of the evening, shall we?
Yes, please, of course, Lee. What are we talking about? And it is going to be between NJB of the Casaroya Lakers. I would even say no fun fact needed from the looks of things, Lee, because we just got good old Kobe in the corner there. Maybe a bit of an indication of the play style we're going to be seeing from NJB.
Absolutely. No, who needs a fun fact when you have Kobe Bryant, right? But yeah, NJB representing the Casaroya Lakers, someone I'm very familiar with as one of the locals within the Birmingham community, I must say. But this is our first wildcard match of the stream as well. We're kicking things off with Sword and Shield Season 12. Any fun memories of that, Costa?
Well, there's a lot of memories, generally. Now, if they're fun or not, it's a bit of an argument. I would say yes, to an extent. We had a lot of cool Pokemon that were coming to the fore that were a bit underutilized. But then I would say in the previous seasons, building up to Season 12, but then Season 12 just went ahead, allowed double restricteds, and was essentially Season 7, Season 9 Crown Tundra decks enhancement. But yeah, seeing double restricteds right now, especially the kind of team that NJB is rocking, the Swordfish. I would even argue the French Rain that we had seen Hippolyte Bernard, I think, if I'm not mistaken, win a regional back then, 2022. Clearly, NJB's got some good insights into what was really trending back then.
Absolutely. Yeah, obviously seeing some familiar faces that we still see today in Scarlet and Violet, in Zacian and Kyogre, but also in Incineroar and Grimmsnarl, both very popular in the double restricted format that Regulation I is. But a couple of unusual picks as well here. We have the Zapdos coming in with those safety goggles, but also someone who is not actually available in Scarlet and Violet is the Shed Ninja, running that Focus Sash. We all know what Shed Ninja can do. It is a menace on the field, so I'm very excited to see how this works out for NJB. But as you said, sticking with the Swordfish, it's proven its worth time and time again, and I think it's going to be some very good playing from NJB here.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, you've got Choice Scarf, Kyogre, which we know is such a threat, able to hit the upper echelons of the speed tiering quite nicely. But talking about that Shedinja, one of the reasons why it works so well in this team composition is obviously because of its ability, Wonder Guard. Only super effective moves can deal damage onto it. Sure, it has 1 HP, but when you have a Focus Sash available on it, it essentially sort of nullifies that first hit because of the effect of the Focus Sash. But then you've got Ally Switch, which this is Sword and Shield. It's not Scarlet and Violet. It hasn't received the nerf just yet. You're able to go ahead and consecutively tap it at that time. And that's why it was one of the biggest threats, especially rocking the team composition with Rain, where you're able to essentially nullify one of the attacks of your opponent if you're able to catch them out. So huge, huge threat, accompanied by Screen's potential and the good old-fashioned Incineroar with the Intimidate Fake Out pivot action going.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at NJB's opponent in this matchup. And it is going to be Cold Flame 2802. We'll refer to as just Cold Flame for the time being, of the Twin Leaf Typhlosions. Their fun fact, they are the manager of Team Egypt for the Pokemon VGC World Cup and has been playing VGC since Series 5 of Sword and Shield. So quite an experienced player in Cold Flame. Again, we've got some Pokemon here that we are pretty familiar with. We see the Calyrex Shadow Rider with that Focus Slash teamed up with Groudon on this one. So I think we're going to have a bit of a weather war happening here. Incin and Grimmsnarl, again, both showing face on this team. But then we have the Gigantamax Pokemon, obviously not in Scarlet and Violet, very big in Sword and Shield, with that Gigantamax Charizard, but also the Gigantamax Venusaur, who, one of my personal favorites. I love when Venusaur got a fringe. Love it. Perfect, beautiful, no notes.
It was so ideal, exactly. No feedback needed. It was just spectacular.
Absolutely. My biggest complaint was Venusaur didn't have enough fringe, and now perfect. Can't complain. So I'm very excited to see if this actually manages to come out and be do some decent damage for Cold Flame here. But again, like we said, it's good team.
Yeah, very good team. A great player. I've been able to have the pleasure of going up against Cold Flame a couple of times in locals. Fierce competitor, has been building up his experience and obviously being able to carry on forwards. You know, we've got a bit of a manager battle to an extent between that we're going to be featuring at the moment. But talking a bit about the team that Cold Flame's chosen, we've got, of course, the general archetype of the sun, I would say Shadow Sun sort of mode. You've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider for the very quick mode that you're able to capitalize off of, huge amount of damage, but most importantly, you've got that Sun mode where you can rely on the Dynamax mechanic purely on the Venusaur and the Charizard. You don't, unless you're in a bit of a predicament, you then might have to go for like a Groudon where it's got insane amount of bulk, especially on the special defensive side with that Assault Vest. But the crucial thing here for the strategy is you want to be able to open up the board, utilize the resources from your opponent's side as much as possible, whittle down the HP because you've got, of course, the G-Max Vine Lash and G-Max Wildfire from the respective Charizard and the Venusaur. Then you're able to sort of bring in that late sweep potential with the Calyrex Shadow Rider to clear things up.
Absolutely, yeah. The team's got a lot of potential here. Obviously, it's going to be facing a very big threat, though, with the Kyogre on the opposite side, having the rain
Yeah.
set up. Obviously, we see Venusaur running the Chlorophyll, which obviously gets a speed boost in the sun. So Cold Flame is going to be very reliant on that. So we'll see how this works out for them. I
Mhm.
think we've done quite a bit of analysis. Should we start taking a look at the game?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, so this is the setup. We're going to kick things off. It's NJB, it's Cold Flame, and we're going to get started right here with their leads. So coming in from Cold Flame, we see the Incineroar straight away with the Charizard, shiny for added effect. And on the opposite side for NJB, we have Grimmsnarl and the Zapdos straight out on the field already.
Yeah, seems like both of our trainers are trying to go ahead and utilize their main strategies. You've got the fake out available with Cold Flame side alongside the Charizard. You want to start potentially putting yourself in a position where you're able to whittle down the HP of your opposing side of the field to the point, sort of what we are talking about. You can either bring the Groudon in as a switch in here if you want to go for pure damage, maybe use the Incineroar as a bit of a bait per se, or you could just try to bait your time, wait with the Groudon in the back in order to be able to capitalize later. But then NJB on the other side of the field also has screens potential straight off the bat. You've got the Zapdos that does have the Weather Ball. So you got a really nice bait potential from NJB's side on bringing that Kyogre in. And most likely, the Grimmsnarl may actually be slower than the Incineroars, which we've seen in the past do actually run a bit of speed in this format. So it's going to be really interesting to see who is going to catch who out and the sort of order of the speeds in between the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl.
Absolutely. So straight away off the bat, the Zapdos leaves the field and Instinct comes in for NJB. And Groudon on the opposite side for Cold Flame. And we see the Gigantamax Charizard straight away. Grimmsnarl setting up the screens and Charizard going in with that G-Max Wildfire straight off the bat, but hitting the Incineroar for about 40% damage. But obviously now they have those turns of the Wildfire hitting them, so that doing a little bit of chip damage each time as well.
Yeah, exactly. But it, of course, will not affect fire types. So Incineroar is not going to incur that residual damage. But most importantly, just look at how much damage it was dealt from that insanely powerful move. Now, it's not Life Orb boosted, which is what we had seen Charizard run in the past. It's instead got a berry to be able to withstand the rock type moves being targeted into it. But we've got a situation where NJB does still have Dynamax potential, but just needs to be able to ensure a bit of a better board state in order to be able to utilize perhaps even a Kyogre going for the Dynamax later on.
Absolutely. Obviously, Cold Flame was able to get the sun set up kind of straight away with the Groudon coming in. So obviously we're not sure what NJB has in the back, but if it's that Kyogre, the sun might not be hanging around for too long, which could be a potential problem for Cold Flame coming up with the Pokemon that they have chosen to run. So we'll see how that plays out. And we see the switch back into the Zapdos, and we get the Thunder Wave coming in from Grimmsnarl. Oh, and a massive Precipice Blades there, both going for the Grimmsnarl, followed up by the Max Airstream from the Charizard, boosting the speed of both the Groudon and the Charizard. So Charizard, even though it's slower, even with the paralysis, was still able to do some fair damage onto that Grimmsnarl. And we see that NJB has already brought in Kyogre to set that rain up as well.
Yeah, exactly. And this is sort of the position you wanted to be in. Even though there is the Max Airstream that did go off and will ensure that the Groudon will at least be at +1 of its speed, you've got the Choice Scarf Kyogre. And most likely trained to be either max speed. Now, we're not sure about the natures, whether it's going to be modest or it's going to be timid. We're going to have to find that out. But Groudon, especially Groudon that tend to be Assault Vest, don't tend to have a lot of speed invested, so I'm still expecting Kyogre to be able to outspeed. And in this scenario, Cold Flame really needs to be able to position himself a bit better in terms of, does he switch the Groudon out, maybe bring in like a Venusaur that can take some water type damage. But then again, I think you're going to have to forfeit a Pokemon in order to be able to reestablish the sun later on.
Absolutely. So we'll see how this plays out right now with the Zapdos, who's going for the Dynamax straight off the bat. Charizard gets the Max Guard. Oh, but the Kyogre with that Water Spout hitting the Groudon for 100% damage. It's a one-hit KO.
Yeah.
So Kyogre is gone. Not Kyogre, Groudon is gone, sorry. There's just so much excitement in this. I'm getting my Pokemon mixed up. but Groudon is gone, so that means that Karim's Sunsetter has also left the field, with Calyrex coming out in its place.
Yeah, exactly. And negative point for Kareem, the fact that you no longer can reset the weather in your favor. But then again, getting the max guard off, especially on the paralyzed Charizard, is quite crucial here because it allows the Calyrex to still be able to outspeed the Zapdos due to the max airstream being blocked by the max guard. But you're still in an awkward spot because NJB does still have that choice scarf on the Kyogre. The Charizard, even though it is a +1 of speed, it is paralyzed, as had half of its speed cut down right now. It will not be able to outspeed the Kyogre. So Kyogre still in a phenomenal spot, and the Calyrex gonna have to be able to maybe try to navigate these uncharted waters right now to find a way back, because the advantage for me personally, Lee, seems to be in NJB's favor.
Absolutely, I 100% agree, especially with that Dynamax Zapdos as well. Obviously, we know Charizard is a fire flying type, so it is weak to those electric moves, which is going to do even more damage now that the rain's set up as well. So we're going to have to see how this all plays out. But NJB definitely looking like to be in a better position. And the G-Max turn ends for Cold Flame there. We see the Astral Barrage coming in. Oh, but it's not enough. And Kyogre with a Water Spout does huge damage, getting rid of the Charizard, followed by Zapdos, who's able to KO the Calyrex there as well. So huge turn by NJB there, and is able to pick up the win. Looks like the Cold Flame has forfeited the match.
Yeah, exactly. I think Kareem identified as well. There wasn't much that he was going to be able to do in that position. The fact that the Charizard had been paralyzed, you no longer had a way to be able to reset the weather, and the Calyrex was sort of at the mercy of getting doubled up in that scenario, because we know the Charizard, especially without the G-Max form available, is going down. So Kareem actually choosing not to reveal the final fourth Pokemon in the back. Part of the strategy, naturally, trainers want to make sure that they're trying to withhold as much information as they can going into this. So it was sort of a point where NJB was just able to position himself so well, wait for bringing the Kyogre later on in the game, bring it sort of like mid-game to be able to wipe things out, especially if you're able to get rid of that Groudon, which he did to a great extent, even though G-Max Wildfire was sort of being a bit of a threat. It wasn't too bad because you're burning out the turns of Dynamax that's available for your opponent. So it usually tends to be the case, Lee, where whoever goes for Dynamax first needs to be able to capitalize off of every single turn, or else they're at a bit of a negative deficit when it comes to the fact that your opponent may still have that resource available and maybe be in a more progressed state of the board to be able to capitalize off of.
Absolutely, and I think NJB played that very well, keeping that Kyogre back right until they absolutely needed to use it, being able to counter that weather as well. Obviously, we saw Karim bring up the Groudon kind of on the field, almost in the first or second turn, setting up that Sun, which gives them potential to start going on that sweep. But NJB had already thought about this, kept the Kyogre back, so when the time came, was able to bring in Kyogre, set the rain, and be able just to clear the field straight away. Excellently played from both players, though, I think.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, just goes to show testament to what they can do in terms of being well prepared in a format that, it's been a couple of years, Lee, ever since we played Sword and Shield Series 12. So, being able to still be on top and do a really good job about it, a really good showcase from both. But that was just game one. We are looking to get into game two. We're going to have to see what Cold Flame is going to try to bring in terms of leads. What are your initial thoughts, Lee? You think there's going to be a change up?
I think there's potentially a change up here. I think Karim's going to be very aware that NJB may be holding back that Kyogre, so Karim may want to go start setting up for that. Obviously, the Kyogre does face a huge threat from the Venusaur here. The Venusaur being able, if the Sun is set up, to be able to possibly be a little bit faster than Kyogre. We'd have to wait and see if that actually happens. But I think definitely Cold Flame will definitely change up the leads. As for NJB, pretty solid lead. Maybe not leading with the Zapdos. I'm not 100%
Mm-hmm.
sure. We'll take that as it comes. But I think the Grimmsnarl was smart setting up those screens. And obviously, Karim has that option as well on their side. Also, think it's worth noting as well, all of this was obviously done closed team sheet as well. So the other players would
Yes.
not have known what their opponents have or what they could potentially do. They're working off of pure assumptions here. Obviously, with game two, they're going to have some prior knowledge. They kind of know what to expect. They've kind of revealed some of their tricks a little bit early on. But when they were playing this and when this was done, possibly no idea at all.
Yeah, exactly. And such a good point to call out because, it's so different, the playing field in terms of VGC now versus back then. Even if it was a couple of years, closed team sheet versus open team sheet, whole different dimension. And, preying on mind game galores all around. But we're going to have to see the action going into game two. The leads. Do we see a change up from either side? NJB is going to be hoping to try to catch out Kareem in terms of the different weather modes that's available. Seems like Kareem's actually going full offensive. You got the Charizard and the Venusaur versus the Grimmsnarl. Setup potential on NJB's side as well as the Zapdos.
Absolutely. So a change up over on Kareem's side there with that Venusaur coming in. Something that we expect, obviously, with Kyogre being so strong in the last game. But no change from NJB. NJB obviously had a solid start last time, setting up those screens, potential switching for the Zapdos as we saw last time. But yeah, not a surprise to see the change in on Kareem's side there. Obviously, we still have the Charizard, but we now have that Venusaur. There is Gigantamax potential even for both of these Pokemon. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But yeah, not entirely surprised to see how a slight change in leads here.
Yeah, exactly. And this sort of scenario where we've got other bait potentials going on from both sides of the field because it's a weather war affair. You've got to consider the speed tiering of the switch outs. So let's say, for example, the Grimmsnarl, most likely going to be the slowest thing on the field. It will give NJB the priority to be able to capitalize off of bringing in a Kyogre, but that may be seen as a bit of a risky lead, especially when you've got a Venusaur on the other side of the field that may easily go for the G-Max Vinelash into the slot. So there's a lot of different mind games going into this. And we're going to have to try to see the different approach from both of our trainers. I would say Kareem has to try to go offensive, though, because he's a game behind.
Absolutely. So let's see how they took it. So automatically we see the switch in to Groudon, which will activate Venusaur's Chlorophyll, and the Dynamax straight away from Zapdos here. We see the Grimmsnarl setting up that light screen. But Venusaur went for the Sleep Powder on the Dynamax Zapdos, and Zapdos coming in with the max airstream, boosting the speed of the Grimmsnarl and Zapdos over on the side, doing about 45% damage over on that Groudon. The Sleep Powder, though, which was probably the big play from Kareem here, was not able to land.
No, it wasn't, unfortunately, because, of course, the safety goggles is the item of choice on the Zapdos. And because of what we just discussed as well, Lee, this is a closed team sheet format. Kareem wouldn't have had the benefit of knowing the item choice on this Zapdos. So, unfortunately, that tech really paying dividends right now from NJB's side. Absolutely able to take the mantle of this game to have the priority, have a screen set up, as well as speed at +1 versus a Venusaur that can't even put it to sleep.
Absolutely. So a nice play there by NJB. Obviously, like you said, the safety goggles being a complete surprise. So Karim is now going to have to think about how they can take this further on, especially with the Dynamax on the Zapdos as well. Something we didn't see last game. We did see it, sorry, but it came in a lot later. NJB playing a bit more offensively this time. Is threatened by that Groudon, though, especially with the sun now up. The Venusaur sitting pretty with that Chlorophyll. Venusaur is potentially going to be able to do some damage here.
Yeah, exactly that. And this sort of invites Kareem to try to make a couple of adjustments where needed. The Venusaur could very well be, I don't know, a really good candidate, especially for G-Max, especially because of the Cobra Berry that's going to be able to take the super effective flying type moves a bit better. But then again, the Zapdos has a very, very key move here in that being Weather Ball. And it being under the conditions of Dynamax, of course, will mean because Sun is in play, it's going to be a Dynamax Flare move into that slot, which may well go down, but it's just going to have to depend on how much bulk this Venusaur may have invested into it.
Absolutely. So let's see how this plays out here. So the sunlight stays up. We see that the Venusaur has gone for the Gigantamax. We see the fringed Venusaur, my favorite, and we
There it is.
see and we see the Grimmsnarl automatically setting up a reflect there, going for the G-Max
Oh, okay.
Vine Lash as well on the Venusaur. We see a max airstream coming in, boosting the speed from the Zapdos. Wasn't able to do a great deal of damage to that Venusaur, though, followed by a Precipice Blaze, I believe, from the Groudon into the Zapdos. Both took a little bit of damage, but in there, obviously, Gigantamax and Dynamax forms don't take as much damage. Zapdos was able to do about 35% to the Venusaur, thanks to that Cobra Berry as well. And then Groudon able to do the same to Zapdos, about 25% damage there. But now the thing is on NJB's side is that Zapdos and Grimmsnarl have got double speed boost now.
Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of the great utility of having Stone Edge as a move on the Groudon. You've got that rock type super effective option of being able to threaten those sort of pesky flying types that really want to be brought, especially against the ferocious Precipice Blades signature move from Groudon's side. But regardless, at the current moment right now, we've got to reveal Cobra Berry has been burnt out from the Venusaur side. It has dealt around, I would say, 30-ish or 38%. Now, the question is, does it get failed by a max airstream if there's a high enough roll, if it's able to capitalize off of it, or are we just going to see a defensive play from the Venusaur? You've already got the V max lash or vine lash. That's it. I'm forgetting words now. There's so many so many words, Lee. But you've already got that active right now. It's chipping away, but you need to be able to waste these Dynamax turns on the Zapdos as quick as possible in order to be able to better position yourself against the speed control that it's attaining for its team.
Absolutely. Obviously, NJB got a little bit of defense as well set up with the light screen and the reflect now both set up. I believe that Grimmsnarl is holding some light clay as well, so that they're going to be lasting quite a long time on the field as well. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. So let's see as we go into turn 3. I believe, and the G-Max Vine Lash comes out again, hitting the Zapdos, not for very much effective damage though, and the Max Airstream, but this time into the Groudon, doing huge damage there, about 50%, being able to get another speed boost, and a Spirit Break from Grimmsnarl straight into that Groudon. Groudon not able to do anything this time, and Groudon has gone from the field. That was a great turn from NJB there.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And the fact that the double up was enough, especially against a Groudon that is not only Assault Vest, just naturally the physical defensive bulk of this Pokemon is astronomical. Grimmsnarl, though, not a slouch, able to have enough in the gauge to be able to just push that threshold over, pick up the KO, force Kareem now into a Venusaur Calyrex setup, which isn't necessarily bad right now because Calyrex just wants to be able to start sweeping. But then again, you just look at the stat boost. Remember, we have seen 3 max airstreams from the Zapdos. Surely it's going to be able to outspeed the Calyrex with the Zapdos at minimum.
I believe there's potential here. Obviously, I believe in the last the Venusaur actually moved first. Still, that Chlorophyll still coming in for huge effect for the Venusaur and was able to outspeed the Zapdos. Not that it did a great deal of damage, but now, with like you said, with a third max airstream happened, now at 2.5 speed extra, this Zapdos has the potential to go and sweep. Like, we'll have to wait and see as this next turn plays out.
Yeah, exactly that. And the fact that Calyrex is now on the field, it's able to apply more damage. A threat, I would say, if it weren't for that pesky Thunder Wave, absolutely critically connecting with it. We've got Weather Ball into the Venusaur. Not quite enough, but talked about not quite enough. G-Max Vine Lash, not enough on the Grimmsnarl. And the Calyrex is fully paralyzed. It's not only about the speed that's key here. It's most importantly about the fact that you got the secondary effect of the chance of not even being able to move. That is such a crucial turn right there that Kareem was not able to potentially pick up the KO onto the Zapdos and start getting that snowball effect via the Grim Nail, should I say, as one ability to be able to start rolling out the punches.
Absolutely, a huge turn there. I mean, a great play from NJB going for that Thunder Wave with the Praxer ability going first no matter what the speed is, being able to get that Calyrex paralyzed. Obviously, we saw the Venusaur go for that Gmax Vine Lash again, but the Grimmsnarl clung on right until the very end. Had sitting at 1%, so and then the Zapdos was able to come in, use that Weather Ball, and do huge damage to Venusaur. Still not enough though. Venusaur is clinging on with around 16% health, but as you said, the big thing there was the Calyrex not being able to hit that Astral Barrage. We assume it would be Astral Barrage, I believe, because Calyrex was paralyzed. It wasn't able to do anything at all.
Yep, exactly that. Although we do have a scenario that the Kyogre is now on the field, there is once again no Groudon available on the other side of the field to be able to deter the rain and force it to the sun. And that's sort of the game plan that NJB has been trying to focus down on. We saw it work so well for him in game 1. Now going into game 2, he's once again put himself in a position where Kyogre A is the fastest thing on the field, B, there is no weather deterrent to take away its rain, and C, there's no real sort of fake out or priority pressure from Kareem's side at the current moment to be able to just slow down this Kyogre. So this may well be a back-to-back game sweep up from the Kyogre, but we're going to have to see if there's any way Kareem can navigate around this.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Kyogre looking in a very good position here with that. Oh, and the Zapdos coming in with the Thunder on the Calyrex, doing huge damage. Oh, and the Kyogre doing exactly what we suspect what would happen. The Kyogre hitting that water spout, hitting both its opponents, and being able to knock out both the Calyrex and the Venusaur, which was enough for Cold Flame to forfeit the match. And NJB wins again with a 2-0 sweep. What a great set, and excellently played there by NJB with the water team. Kareem always probably knew that was going to be a threat coming in. Obviously, Groudon's biggest opponent is Kyogre. But excellently played from both players there.
100%. You see why I brought the Rayquaza pin, right, Lee? So it's sort of like I was expecting some very extreme weather from either side. But yeah, regardless, I think just NJB was able to stick to the game plan, want to try to capitalize off of having that mid to end game Kyogre always being brought to be able to start sweeping, because you're able to most of the time outspeed most of Kareem's Pokemon. Although something that I think we didn't mention in game 1, we saw the Choice Scarf Kyogre still wasn't able to outspeed the Calyrex Shadow Rider over on the other side of the field, over on Kareem's side. So there is still a scenario where the Calyrex can at least dispatch and deal as much damage as it possibly can to be able to just weaken the damage output potential of the Kyogre. But the fact that we saw the Thunder and obviously the Kyogre just being well put in a spot where you just absolutely run through Kareem's team, especially because Groudon's no longer available, is just so indicative of why Weather Wars can be so crucial in terms of when you lose your setter. And that's clearly what NJB targeted there and did it to such an exceptional fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliantly played, I think, from NJB there, holding back that Kyogre both games, knowing that was the kind of the ace in the hole there, being able to be like, okay, we know the sun's coming out. Even the game 2, when the Groudon didn't come out straight away, we saw the Venusaur first, but we know what Venusaur, I suppose we know what Venusaur's ability is. It's probably going to be assumed what Venusaur's ability is when NJB saw the team, so he might not have had that information to hand, but in the back of his mind, he's going, I've got a feeling we know what's going to see. The sun's going to come out. That Venusaur's going to start picking up some real speed. And he was able to counter that, especially with those Zapdos hitting those max airstreams, boosting the speed for the team as well. And obviously Zapdos doing a fair bit of damage as well, being able to clear some of the field as well to help out that Kyogre, who was able to then, as we said, right at the end there, come in and just pick up the victory for NJB.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Zapdos is such an unsung hero in a lot of formats that it's available in, just because the power scale sometimes means that there's not a lot of room for it. But especially in this format, and I've actually played a very similar Zapdos set as well, you're able to just counter the sort of Ring Your Sun team compositions to a certain extent because you've got so much maneuverability in terms of available just move pool. You've got the Weather Ball, you've got the Thunders to be able to capitalize with the synergistic pairing of the Kyogre. You've got the Hurricane to go for the max airstreams. It's just an all-rounder. And that's sort of why NJB is saying, right, okay, if there's a sort of team composition I want to go with that feels very strong into sort of the standard good stuff, it's going to be this one. And unfortunately for Kareem, he wasn't able to better position himself, especially because it's closed team sheet format. Like we said, there's a lot of mind games, and it was quite crucial the fact that the safety goggles was on the Zapdos. There was no way to slow down its momentum, and Kareem did identify that as a really good win condition to slow things down, but unfortunately for himself, he just wasn't able to get past that team matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't realize how much closed team sheet was a huge player into some of those reads, especially, you know, with open team sheet being so common these days. And obviously you can kind of prepare yourself for what your opponent may be doing with the things that they have. But with closed team sheet, all of that goes out the window. So it's, like you said, complete mind games, left, right, and center. I am the only thing I've missed in those games is I wanted to see the Shed Ninja. I wanted to see NJB bring the Shed Ninja, see how that could have worked. But hey, I got my frog with a fringe, so I'm pretty content right now with how everything went.
As you should be.
Yeah, excellently played by both players there. And I think on that note, we are ready to move on to set two, I believe, of the stream. And we're going to see Ben, the extra bandito, representing the Applin bottom jeans and boots with the fur here for the Scarlet and Violet regulation IM matchups. Their fun fact, they were leading the Birmingham Regional in rounds 4 and 5, and it was only their second ever event. An excellent achievement there from Ben.
Absolute stonks. Well played, Ben. That was one of the toughest regionals as well. So being able to do that is such a huge thing. Shout outs to you, of course. But then we got Ben at the current moment, if I'm not mistaken, is at 1-all in terms of the games that they have been able to play. So they played week 1, week 2, now going into week 3, clearly looking for that second win and bringing a very well and true, I would say, archetype in previous formats. We've got the Swordfish once again on screen now, Lee, but in a whole different format.
Absolutely, yeah. We also see it paired with some slightly different Pokemon. Obviously, one of them was not available in Sword and Shield, that being that Shenpao down in the corner there. Which one? I do wonder. All of them. But obviously, some familiar faces. We see the Rillaboom with that Assault Vest, bringing that fake out pressure. We also see the Urshifu, perfect teammate for Kyogre with the water. Obviously, those Surging Strikes in the rain with that Choice Scarf as well. Urshifu looking to do a whole lot of damage here. But also, we have the Tornadoes, obviously, with that Prankster ability. But the thing here is that this Tornadoes has Rain Dance. So if for any reason that Kyogre can't get out on the field, there is an alternative option sitting in the back to set that weather. As you mentioned in the last set, the weather setters are a key part. So having multiple options here is a very, very smart move by Ben.
Oh, 100%. Manual Rain takes you so far in terms of being able to have more maneuverability and not being locked into any hard switches that can really catch you out. And Tornadus is that kind of Pokemon, especially bolstered by the Prankster ability. And you've got the Dark Terror as well to be able to forego any Prankster taunts on the other side of the field going into them. But really, really interesting team composition here. You've got a couple of different good modes going for it. You've got the Kyogre with the Mystic Water and the Urshifu Rapid Strike Scarf to be able to capitalize off of quick position switch-ins, let's say, for example, of even Rain Dance set up with the Tornadus if you don't want to go for Tailwind, and you got the Urshifu on your side. Guess what? Terra Water deals even more damage. And yeah, there's not a lot of stuff that can break that, or at least, should I say, there may be, but when you have it against you and you're not factoring in that lead and you're expecting one of the restricteds, it can really catch you out and put you in a very awkward spot, as we've seen this duo do so well in previous regulation set formats.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a potential, obviously potentially a great team here from Ben, like you said, giving themselves a lot of options on how to maneuver things. And with the Zacian Kyogre pairing as well, a classic. We'll see how it plays out into their opponent, who is going to be Kerry, who's representing the Glimwood Garchomps, Kerry, also known as Panda_X. Their fun fact, as someone who only got into Pokemon about 6 to 9 months ago, they own too many plushies, including a 3-foot Psyduck. That is a massive, massive Psyduck, which is almost the same height as me. And very impulsively got a massive Dragonite tattoo on my forearm, thanks to ADHD. Haven't we all done that from time to time? But again,
well, massive Dragonite tattoos. I think I should after this.
Yes. Did you not get your massive Dragonite tattoo?
I did not. I'm so sorry, Lee. And I'm so sorry, Kerry, as well.
There was a memo and everything. Come on, we all went together. I did wonder where you are. You missed a great day out, honestly. You should see the one on Rich's back. It is huge.
Get it.
So, looking at the team here, we have the duo of the Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Again, throwback to the last game as well. However, this time paired with a Zamazenta with that wide guard, which is obviously hoping to do protect from any kind of oncoming double damage there. But got some nice teammates around it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is a very common composition that we've seen even before, I'd say, officially we had Regulation Set I. In tournaments, we saw that the Shadow Zama, essentially, duo is just so potent. It's got a lot of good ways to be able to cover for one another, especially when you get the Focus Sash on the CSR. But I would also say, usually, you would probably see Fire, Water, Grass Claw, clearly not going for the water in that sense. You don't have the Urshifu Rapid Strike in this case, but you do have a sturdy Odrapon Cornerstone, which is really cool way to be able to have some really good redirection against, let's say, for example, spore issues. You don't need to have electric terrain when you've got a grass type follow me user. And then you've got some great ways to be able to utilize the electric terrain to your advantage if it's going to be on the other side of the field, that being the Raging Bolt. It's got the same typing with the Miraidons. It's sort of like a budget Miraidon, I would say, powered by the Magnet ability and the Terra Electric, and most crucially, the Thunderclap priority, which can be so crucial. And generally speaking, this is sort of like the good stuff, team compositions that you see from time and time again.
Absolutely. Obviously, that I nearly said that Thunderclap, that Raging Bolt with that Thunderclap, though, potentially going to be a huge problem, as we saw on Ben's team. Ben getting a lot of water with the Kyogre and the Urshifu. Both of those are really threatened by this Raging Bolt here. So potential issues later on down the line. Though, so we see the Assault Vest Rillaboom back on this here as well. But we also have the Incin with the Rocky Helmet, double fake out options here as well. So, we've seen that we know that the pivots are bound to happen when you have a Rillaboom and an Incin on the same team. So potential here to kind of keep things in control and keep Ben's team at bay here. But yeah, the Ogerpon, I think, is a key player here, absolutely. With that grass typing, with the follow me, especially with the sturdy ability, you know it's going to get at least one hit off, hopefully. So yeah, we'll see what Kerry's able to do with this team.
Yeah, exactly that. Something of threat, though, to that Ogerpon to call out is the Scarf Urshifu if it is under rain, but we're going to have to find out what the leads going into this sort of matchup will be with our game one, of course. So let's go ahead and get things cracking, Lee. We're about to go ahead, check out the leads, see what both of our trainers are going to be bringing. Well, I'd say bringing the boom in the Rillaboom alongside the Zam to the Bam of the Zamazenta for Kerry versus, of course, Ben's Kyogre and well and tested, true to the cause, Tornadus.
Absolutely. Obviously, we see the Kyogre lead here, setting that weather straight up. Being able to get the rain set up, which, potentially going to be huge for Ben there. But also over on the opposite side, we see the Rillaboom, as you mentioned, which we know has got the fake out, is going to apply some pressure. But also with the Zamazenta, we know that they have the wide guard, so the Water Spout from the Kyogre side potentially not going to be able to do anything if wide guard comes into effect here. So we're going to have to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, exactly. But you do have the Terra Grass available on the Kyogre. So if you want to be able to find a way to be able to navigate away from grass type super effective moves, that's a good way to be able to essentially go up against that sort of frame. But the Zamazenta can threaten so much damage via its body press into the Kyogre. So Kyogre really has to be wary of A, the fake out, but also B, the double up of the body press. So surely that leads Ben to a point where he's considering the defensive switch, or should I say the defensive play from the Kyogre. But then again, you can see Kerry absolutely capitalize off of that and just focus on the Tornado. So gonna have to just check out and find out between the mind games.
Absolutely. So we're going to take turn one. So Ben playing on the defensive here, going for the protect on the Kyogre, but fake out onto Tornadus, but it is covert cloaked, as we know. And we see a body press coming in from Zamazenta here. The Zamazenta has been taunted, though, by the Tornadus. Now, that's going to be a potential problem. Obviously, the taunt on that Zamazenta means it cannot use moves that do not do any damage. So Wide Guard and Protect are both out of the window. Body Press and Behemoth Bash are potentially now only carries options on that Zamazenta. But yeah, Ben going straight on the defensive, protecting that Kyogre from that potential Grassy Glide there as well. But yeah, the fake out into the Tornadus was protected as well by that Covert Cloak.
Yeah, exactly. And it sort of puts Kerry into an awkward spot because we know that the Zamazenta is Terra Fire, so there's no sort of defensive Terra to navigate yourself outside of a water type, bolstered move. Water Spout in particular with the Mystic Water is so powerful, but the Tornadus having Bleak Wind Storm cannot also get wide guarded, and that's sort of a really good way to start piling up the chip damage onto this Rillaboom to start whittling its HP down. So you would expect from Ben a straightforward two choice. You've got the Tailwind set up to ensure that the Kyogre can outspeed the Zamazenta before a body press goes into that slot, or you could try to focus down with double spread, anticipating the double up with the into the Kyogre, go for the Grass Terror, go for the Origin Pulse, and just hope to try to pick up as much damage as you can, potentially even a KO, dependent on how well trained this Zamazenta is in its special defensive stats.
Absolutely. So let's see how this plays out. So Kyogre going straight away for that Terra Grass, the Tornadus, setting up the Tailwind, and Kyogre using that Water Spout, doing huge damage to the Zamazenta there. And the Body Press coming in. Oh, getting a critical hit onto the Tornadus. And then the Wood Hammer following up on the Kyogre. Again, thanks to that Terra Grass, was not able to do much damage there. So damage dealt all around. No KOs on this side, though, but thanks to that taunt, that Water Spout was able to come out from the Kyogre and do huge damage onto the opposite side.
Yeah, a bit of a middle play from Ben's side. He wanted to guarantee Tailwind A being set up a B, going for the Water Spout, going for the max amount of damage possible while still being defensively well-rounded in terms of not falling down to a Wood Hammer KO, essentially going for the Grass type on the Kyogre, which is really good. But then this brings us to a point where Ben still has, I would say, the advantage in terms definitely of speed. At this point, though, is the Tornadus, because of that body press critical hit, now within range of a Grassy Glide priority KO from the Rillaboom? Because surely you want to be able to go for the Bleak Wind Storm right now. And if that's the case, and Ben knows his calcs well, will he try to go for the defensive switch out here? Does it make sense depending on what Pokemon you brought in the back? If it's that Zacian, it would be such a good way to be able to have both of you restricted under Tailwind in a spot where you're able to start sweeping as quick as possible.
Absolutely. Like you said, the Tornado is potentially at risk here with the rain setup, though, hoping to go for that Bleak Wind Storm, but he is potentially going to fall to a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom. So huge threats from both sides, I think, at this point. So we'll have to see how this plays out as we go on to turn 3, which will see the Zamazenta swap out for that Raging Bolt and the Grassy Glide into the Tornadus. And the Tornadus does fall, so not able to get a Bleak Wind Storm up. And another Water Spout coming in from Kyogre, doing a bit of damage to the Rillaboom there, and doing about 25% damage to that Thunder... I keep calling it a Thunderclap, to the Raging Bolt as well. But the Raging Bolt now on the field is potentially an issue with that Thunderclap. However, we do know that Kyogre has Terra Grass, so will not be taking as much damage as it normally would. And Zacian coming out on the opposite side as well in place of that Tornadus, which has just dropped.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a really good spot to be able to have the Zacian paired up next to the Kyogre under Tailwind, of course, even though against the two Pokemon that they're facing right now, I'm not sure how much that matters, as they tend to be a bit more slower. But most importantly here, you sort of pin the Raging Bolt into a spot where if you're Kerry, you don't want to have to take a play rough, super effective KO onto the Raging Bolt. But then looking at your Terra option, you've got Terra Electric. So you're like, oh, well, that's awkward because I dropped the Dragon type. So that means that the Water type powerful moves coming up from the Kyogre will deal neutral. So Kerry's in a bit of a predicament of a pin scenario here. The fact that the Rillaboom can't do much right now is a bit of a tough one. So this may be a bit of an indication that the Raging Bolt may want to try to go on the defensive right now. if Rillaboom can get a pivot move going, sure, you get a U-turn, deal some good damage onto the Kyogre, but I think you may have to want to forfeit the Rillaboom in order to be able to bring a Pokemon fresh, most ideally that Zamazenta, into the place of it.
Absolutely. We'll see how this plays out as we go into the next turn and to turn 4. And we see the Raging Bolt using the Protect there, and smartly as well. The Zacian went for the Play Rough, won't do any damage. Another Origin Pulse coming in from Kyogre and able to take down the Rillaboom. Obviously, Kyogre going to be a little bit faster than Rillaboom there. And we see the Calyrex Shadow coming out on Kerry's side as well. Smartly predicted there by Kerry, being able to get that Protect up, knowing that Zacian could do huge damage from that Play Rough. Obviously, Kerry now weighing up her options to see if they want to use that Terra, like you said, to drop that Dragon Weakness.
Exactly. And it's going to be a tough spot because at the moment, Kerry's definitely got a disadvantage in terms of the board state and the momentum right now that Ben has in his favor. And yeah, sure, Ben has dropped one Pokemon, or both trainers have dropped a Pokemon aside. We don't have the revealed fourth Pokemon over on Ben's side, though, so there may be a way to be able to navigate around this further, even if, let's say, for example, the Kyogre somehow gets felled right now. The Zacian most likely will not be. We know that this Calyrex Shadow Rider is a Focus Sash. It's not Life Orb, so depending on the calcs, I don't think there's any sort of way to be able to, even with the Ghost Terra, pick up a KO on the Zacian, maybe on the Kyogre, but I would argue if it's a Kyogre with Mystic Water, there should be a bit of defensive bulk, or at least HP, to be able to allow it to survive, but not from the double up Thunderclap and Astral Barrage. With Terra Ghost, most likely will pick up the KO on the Kyogre, but we're going to have to see because there is one turn of Tailwind remaining.
There is indeed. So let's see how this plays out as the Kyogre leaves the field and Urshifu comes in, and we see the Terra Ghost on the opposite side, and the Play Rough misses the Raging Bolt there, and a huge Astral Barrage from Kerry's side. The Ghost Terra coming in.
My
and the
lordy.
Thunderbolt picking up. This is huge. Kerry being able to pivot out of such a difficult spot there, as you mentioned, being able just to clear the entire field. They have the Astral Barrage coming in, the Terra Ghost boosting it, being able to take out the Urshifu in a one-hit KO, followed up by that Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. That was huge, being able to take out the Zacian. The miss from the Play Rough there on the Zacian was possibly the game changer in this entire thing.
Yeah, it was so crucial, but I would even argue the mind games there for me were the biggest thing. The fact that Kerry said, you know what, all right, I know you're probably going to go for a defensive play here. Maybe if you do have a Scarf Pokemon back like the Urshifu, you can bring it in right here, as it's the final turn of Tailwind. It's going to be petering out at the end of this turn, which means I will have the advantage. So if I, as Kerry, go for the defensive play here, since obviously you have the speed control, that means I go for double protect. You bring in that Urshifu, and you sort of checkmate me into an awkward position. But Kerry just going for the offensive, just saying, you know what? I'm just going to just target the Pokemon ahead of me. What will happen will happen. Obviously, the Play Rough was quite crucial of a miss there. The fact that it's not able to pick up the Raging Bolt, but the fact that you would have likely had the Zamazenta in the back is still a good enough spot to be able to navigate these sort of uncharted waters. But the fact that we saw Ben's Pokemon get double KO'd there when he had the speed advantage is so crucial. He was trying to be that one step ahead, but unfortunately, that's brought him 2 steps back.
Absolutely. Excellently played from Kerry there. And we see another Astral Barrage coming in. We got the special attack boost and just takes out that Kyogre in one hit. Excellently played there. As you said, Kerry was in a bit of a difficult spot there, potentially. Being pinned down, we wasn't sure how it's going to play out. And able to pull it back completely in the sake of 2 turns as well is absolutely huge.
It's impressive.
The Astral Barrage coming in clutch there, but again, as we mentioned, the Zacian missing that Play Rough on the Raging Bolt, I think
it was big. Yeah,
I think that was the big thing for me personally. I think you know, not taking out that Raging Bolt, the Raging Bolt was able to pick up the KO on the opposite side on that Zacian after it had already had been Astral Barrage, so it already had pretty low health. Excellently played. I mean, excellently played by both, but yeah, great win for Kerry there.
100%. And I think just being able to understand the win condition when you're sort of faced in a bit of a predicament is so crucial and a good sign of a great trainer. And Kerry was just able to just do just that. And even though Ben had the advantage, there were just mind games there because you're sort of trying to be that one step ahead of the corner where you're like, okay, well, how can I lose this game right now? What do I do? And what does my opponent do in order to lose this? Okay, he's just checking sort of like the flow charts of it and saying, right, okay, if they go on the defensive and I don't capitalize off of that, then I kind of lose because I'm in an awkward spot where I get outsped by the Calyrex Shadow Rider. You've got the Thunderclap priority, and that really puts me at an awkward spot. So he was trying to make that sort of final pin end game turn where it just didn't work out for himself. And Kerry, kudos to Kerry. That was a really, really solid play. Just go straight ahead, no messing about. And we've got a 1-0 advantage for Kerry right now. Nottingham local, absolutely representing and forcing this into a game 2.
Absolutely. Excellent. I mean, excellently played by both teams. But yeah, Kerry now 1-0 up as we head into game 2. Kerry leading the same again with the Rillaboom and the Zam Bam Zamazenta at the back. This time a slight change on Ben's side. We see the Tornadus come out. However, we see the Shen Pao. Obviously, potential threat for the Rillaboom there in the with its ice typing. But a change up on Ben's side.
Yeah. So trying to maybe go down the route of deterring the terrain or anticipating that Rillaboom being brought back in, which is a really good way to be able to just threaten potentially even the one-hit KO if you're able to sort of forego and get around the fake out onto the Rillaboom. You've got such a key piece absolutely no longer being available for Kerry, which is so crucial. But then B, you've got the Tornadus. It can still threaten to go for the Bleakwind Storm, maybe off the cuff straight away, not even messing about with the taunt here, since the Chien Pao is its partner. It's not Kyogre in comparison to game 1 to be able to really want to try to prioritize getting rid of the wide guard. So there's a couple of different key things that could happen here. And I think I do want to also mention the Chien Pao, if Ben wants to go on the pure offensive and maybe even threaten a early KO here, he could go for the Ghost Terror that's available in the Chien Pao. You're able to be immune to the fake out. You're able to be immune to body press or fighting type moves. So that could be a potential play here.
Absolutely. We'll see how this plays out as we go into turn. And as you predicted, we see the Ghost Terror on the Chien Pao going straight for the Ice Spinner after a Tailwind. The Rillaboom has gone already with the body press to the Tornadus, doing about 35% damage. A great read from Kerry not targeting that Chien Pao straight away. Possibly knew that the Terror Ghost was coming in. But a huge turn 1 as we see Rillaboom get one-hit KO and just gone. That's potentially Kyogre's biggest threat.
Yeah, and that is such a key player. That's sort of what we're talking about. And you're looking at the resource management that you've got, and you're like, okay, does the Ghost Terror on the Chien Pao justify not having the Grass Terror available on the Kyogre? It does when you're able to get rid of the Rillaboom. But then there is always that Raging Bolt that you need to factor in as well. It's still going to be able to threaten it with its electric type moves, especially the priority, but at least there's more special defensive Bolt on the Kyogre versus its physical defense, which it's more weaker to the Rillaboom in essence. So you still have the scenario right now that, okay, cool, you got Tailwind, you got speed advantage, but then you're facing down double restricted on Kerry's side, which we've seen even without double restricted as a Raging Bolt last time round on the other slot in the Zamazenta. It's able to, just run through your team if you're not cautious enough. And there's going to be a bit of a mind games on whether there is a wide guard that comes out here, anticipating a double damage sort of focus from Ben's side to pick up swift KOs.
Absolutely. Also, the Shen Pao now as well, also very weak to Ghost moves, as it is Terra Ghost. So the Astral Barrage from the Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be a huge threat in this next turn if that Shen Pao stays on the field. And we'll see how this plays out. So we see the Terra Ghost coming in. Oh, Terra Ghost coming in. The Sucker Punch from Shen Pao, knocking down to 1 HP. The Taunt again onto the Zamazenta. But the Astral Barrage coming down, bringing Shen Pao down to its focus sash there. And Zamazenta here was going to go for the Behemoth Bash onto the Chien Pao.
There we go.
And it's gone as well. Huge play. Both players playing extremely offensively here. Ben down to his final 2 Pokemon. We see the Kyogre and the Zacian back on the field. The Terra Ghost coming in there. Again, huge damage coming in from that Astral Barrage. Was able to take down the Tornadus there, get a special attack boost. But again, excellently played by Kerry. Went for the Behemoth Bash rather than going for that body press, knowing that that Shenpao is focus sash and it will be able to just finish it off to put Ben in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. And sort of what we're talking about, the I would say just swing of momentum right there. Even though Tailwind's in favor on Ben's side of the field, you don't have your main damage output dealers at the same time there as opposed to Carry. But then again, Carry's in a bit of a predicament right now because you no longer have Wide Guard available on your side to be able to forego any very powerful water spouts or origin pulses over on Ben's side. Is there a way for you to be able to navigate around the Tailwind turns that remain? You want to burn them out to be able to still keep this Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field to outspeed everything on Ben's side. It's going to be quite tough. Ben is down to his final 2 Pokemon, though. He's just going to be absolutely going for the damage, but may be a case of, do you anticipate Carry to go for a defensive switch in here to either reset a Wide Guard user or preserve the Calyrex Shadow Rider a bit more for an additional turn? And which Pokemon is that going to be? Can you find that typing to maybe, let's say if it's a Raging Bolt, target with the Play Rough into the Zamazenta or the Calyrex slot and not meet a Protect?
Absolutely. We'll see as this next turn plays out, as you said. So we do see the defensive switching. Raging Bolt comes in, but the Play Rough was targeted with Zamazenta and it missed again. And the Kyogre coming in with the Water Spout, doing about 50% damage. And then to the Raging Bolt there, and then the body press from the Zamazenta into the Zacian, doing about 60% damage. Huge turns, but again, that Play Rough is just not very reliable for Ben here.
Lee, that's why I don't run Play Rough on Zacian. I don't have the heart to do it anymore. I even had to go and put Terra Blast Fairy. Yes, I'm one of those people. I had to do it just so I could try to see if it works. And yeah, it didn't work. But still, it did not miss at all because it's 100% accurate. And unfortunately, poor Ben has had to see 2 consecutive misses of the 2 times he has selected Play Rough. That doesn't feel like 90% accuracy to me, my friend. I'm just saying.
Not at all. That is not 90% accurate at this moment in time. At the minute, I believe it's 0% accurate for Ben. Very unfortunate misses there. But that is the risk that you run when you run these moves. They do a lot of damage if they are able to hit. That is the game you play. But also, they're looking for the Play Rough. They were predicting that the Zamazenta was going to leave the field. The Zamazenta didn't. So we don't know. The Zamazenta may have even been able to take that Play Rough a little bit better. Obviously, the Water Spout came in. It took a fair bit of damage. But yeah, board looking great for Carry here. And the Raging Bolt is back on the field. And as we know, this Raging Bolt is going to be a huge threat to this Kyogre, especially as the Kyogre no longer has access to its Terra Grass because the Terra was burnt out on that Shenpao in the last turn. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, exactly. And in this scenario, we're going to have to see if the Play Rough connects, and it does onto the Raging Bolt. Finally, 3rd time, Lucky Charm. Origin Pulse also connects at the same time, picks up the KO onto the Zamazenta, and you're in a tough spot right now. Sure, Tailwind is down. It's no longer available on Ben's side, but Carry, you have got a Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow Rider. Sure, there's a Ghost Terror on it, but you do not have boost to be able to pick up this Kyogre unless, and I shouldn't say it, Lee. I shouldn't say it, should I? Unless there's a critical hit that may be available. I think that's a win condition from Gary's side.
You shouldn't say it at all, but you've said it. You've put it out there in the universe. Now you are manifesting. I think we're just gonna play it out. We see the Astral Barrage coming in from Kyogre, and it's not enough. The Kyogre clings on with about 47% health left, and the Water Spout comes in, picks up the KO, and that's 1-1 for Ben and Kerry. Almost completely different game style there. From both players, just hugely offensive on both sides. And the power dynamic as well between the two just kept swapping hands. Ben had an advantage, then Kerry had an advantage. Ben had the advantage again. Insane plays all around. It just excellently played by both players as well, being able to get those pivots. But again, Play Rough, we finally saw it hit now. So we're 1 for 3. So that's 33% accurate now. Not 90%, but 33%. But still, that miss was huge and was able again, gave Kerry a slight advantage, though it wasn't enough, and Ben did pick up the victory in the end there.
He did. He did a really good job to be able to have the main threat of the Rillaboom KO'd early on. So the Ghost Terror definitely came to a profit point in terms of the board state for himself. He's able to get rid of not only Rillaboom, where it has Grassy Glide priority stuff, it's got Fake Out, it's a direct threat to the Kyogre, but most crucially, you're able to have both of your double restricteds on the field at the same time. You had like 2 or 3 Tailwind turns to be able to capitalize off of. All you need to do is click buttons and hope that the moves connect. Sure, one button didn't connect there, one attack, play rough, but clearly there was just a lot more going for Ben because of the taunt on the Zamazenta as well. It could not protect, it could not go for wide guard. You didn't have a 4th Pokemon available if you were carrying the back because your Rillaboom had gotten KO'd. So you can't make a defensive switch there. And that's why it's so crucial to be able to really capitalize off of an early game if your opponent relies on defensive switches, because you want to start removing the slots available to them in order to sort of pin them in a point. And Ben did that to a really good degree.
Yeah, excellently put. Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we're now going to go ahead into game 3
Ooh.
of this set. It's 1-1. It's all to play for here. Both players have been playing on top form, both playing very offensively in the last game. Let's see if that continues as we see the leads come in for this next game. And we're going to see the Rillaboom and the Calyrex for Kerry this time, and the Zacian and the Shenpao coming in for Ben. So swaps on both sides.
Yeah, double swaps here, and you could have a bit of an insight into both of our trainers' mindsets here. Rillaboom, clearly a good favorite for Kerry's side to be able to A, threaten with a Fake Out, but also B, have pivot move action going, threaten or try to force a terrestrialization as well from the get-go, whether it's going to be the Kyogre or the Chien-Pao to sort of nullify any Fake Outs going to the slot. But you've got Ben going on the immediate offensive as well. This Zacian is going to deal a lot of damage. Sure, there's sort of a bit of a gamble whether you want to commit with play roughs here in anticipation of a Raging Bolt being swapped in for whatever reason, but you could try to focus down and just pick up the KOs, just break a Focus Sash on the Rillaboom, on the Calyrex, pardon me, and then put it in a point where you've got priority that can dispatch of it, like a Sucker Punch. So it will be quite crucial for the Chien-Pao, in my opinion, to stay healthy for at least the first 2 to 3 turns here to be able to better position your board against this Calyrex.
Absolutely, and we'll see how this plays out as we go into turn 1 of the final game. And we see the Terra Ghost straight away, the Fake Out into the Zacian, and a Sucker Punch, again, taking that Calyrex down to its Focus Sash, and the Astral Barrage coming in, but it's not enough to pick up a KO on Ben's side. Thanks to the Grass Train, everyone gets a little bit of health, but still, Ghost Terror Astral Barrage still did over 50% damage to that Shenpao, which is a Dark type, so it does resist that. And also did a fair chunk of damage to that Zacian as well. Zacian unable to move, obviously, because of the Fake Out from the Rillaboom. But yeah, being able to take that Calyrex down to its Focus Dash in turn 1 is a potentially very, very big problem for Kerry.
Oh, 100%. And that's exactly what Ben had identified, because you put it in a spot where you can just pick it off, whether it's going to be having the Tailwind set up or even the Urshifu in the back, I'd argue, if it has been brought, of course, or even really the Rillaboom from Ben's side. I could see a lot of viability with either Pokemon being brought here, but most crucial thing here is Zacian has been dropped quite a bit in terms of the HP that's available, but you're going to have to be able to maybe navigate the waters against this Rillaboom, because the Rillaboom, I'm not sure, but it might just be within range of, depending on the training of the Rillaboom in its attack, to pick up this Chien-Pao with a Grassy Glide. So it's going to be a bit of a couple of mind games, but also some really important roles and counts that are going to play out in this following turn.
Absolutely, and we'll see how that plays out. So we see the Protect coming in on the Calyrex, the Sucker Punch by Chien-Pao, but it doesn't hit. The player's going in as well, and it misses again. And a Wood Hammer coming into that Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao is gone. Rillaboom drops a little bit of health because of that recoil damage. But again, that play rough is just not reliable enough for this Zacian. It misses once more. And thanks to Protect, the Calyrex able to get a little bit of health back, now sitting at about 40%. Still not a great deal. And the Tornadus comes out as well. So, again, poor Ben and not being able to hit these play roughs. It's difficult. That's 1 in 4.
Yeah, I think Ben definitely will have reevaluated his choices after this set. No doubt about it. 25% accuracy on a play rough? No, thank you. But you've got the scenario that even though you don't have the GM power available on the field, you've got the Tornadoes, it's got the Tailwind support, which will allow the Zacian to outspeed the Calyrex. There's no direct way for the Rillaboom to be able to pick up a KO onto the Zacian because of its steel typing. It's going to be able to resist the grass type moves as well as the bug type U-turn. And the Tornadoes is sort of in a point where if you're expecting Calyrex to go on the defensive here, or maybe even hard switch out, why don't you just go on the offensive with Tornadoes, guarantee some damage dealt and a huge chunk on the Rillaboom? But Ben clearly trying to play as optimally as possible, goes for the play rough rather than the Behemoth Blade in anticipation of a potential Raging Bolt switch in there. So trying to play optimally when you've got a move that can miss can really bite you later on, as we have seen, unfortunately, for Ben. But it's not over at all.
No, not at all. Not at all as we go into turn 3. And we see the Terra Ground coming in from Zacian and a Tailwind set up and the Terra Blast onto...
Ooh.
Oh, a Terra Blast onto the Calyrex there. And the Woodhammer follows up into the Tornadoes, doing about half damage. And Terra Ground is definitely an interesting choice here, especially with the Rillaboom on the field.
Yeah, I think it's sort of what we're saying. Ben is trying to maintain his board state and be that one step ahead. Whether it's going to be a Raging Bolt he's anticipating in the back or a Zamazenta switch in. So he was definitely hanging on the fact that the Calyrex surely will have to go on the defensive here. It burnt a turn of Protect. Surely there's going to be a switch out here. No, even if there isn't, at least I can guarantee picking up the KO onto it or massive damage onto Pokemon coming in.
Absolutely, yeah. Prediction by Ben on that side, but the Calyrex was just left to drop. It was on very low health anyway. It wasn't doing a great deal of damage.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this is going to affect things, especially with the Terra Ground now, making Zacian very, very threatened by the Rillaboom. Grassy terrain still set up. It's still got access to Grassy Glide. We'll see how this plays out as we go into the next turn. And we see the Protect from Zacian, very smart. And a Bleak Windstorm, it does hit. It does about half damage and going for the body press and another Woodhammer into Tornadoes, and Tornadoes has dropped. It is resisted, but Rillaboom was able to get rid of it. So the Tailwind is currently set up and it does put Kyogre in a pretty good position here. It does mean we don't long have access to that Bleak Windstorm, which would have been 100% accurate in the rain.
Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of the tough predicament now that Ben's put himself into. You've got both of your restricteds now susceptible to grass-type moves from Rillaboom's side of the field. Sure, the Zacian will be immune to electric-type moves as we're anticipating the Raging Bolt being in the back, but it's awkward when you're facing priority right here. There's no GM power to be able to further bolster the damage output of the Rillaboom. So Zacian, it does have formidable general defense, I'd say. It might well just survive, but it could definitely be a roll situation against a Grassy Glide. You've got the speed advantage. You want to be able to capitalize off of it. Do you just try to focus down on the Zamazenta, anticipating a wide guard here? Although it can very well go for the Protect and try to reposition from Kerry's side to be able to bring that Rage Bolt in at the same time.
Absolutely. The Zamazenta, obviously, we saw in the last couple of games, was susceptible to the taunt from Tornadoes. That threat is no longer there, so Wide Guard is going to be a huge player in this matchup as we go on to the next turn. And we're going to see how it all plays out. We see the switch in, we see the Raging Bolt come in, the Wide Guard protecting but again, going for the Terra Blast onto the Zamazenta. That did about taking it down just to under half health, but the Water Spout come in, thanks to that Wide Guard. The opposite team, able to protect themselves from it. Now we have a Raging Bolt on the field, taking no damage, and is now going to be a huge, huge threat to the Kyogre.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we're talking about. The fact that even though the Rillaboom, you'd feel like, okay, well, this is a grand opportunity for you to be able to capitalize off of it. Go for the KO on the Zacian, why not? Like, risk the roll. Clearly, Kerry doesn't want to do just that just yet. Maybe preserve it in the back. The grass terrain turns were ending, or should be ending, by the end of this turn, if I'm not mistaken, if not the next one. So you want to be able to preserve that, reactivate it in the future towards the end game, so you can round things off against the Zacian. But you're going to be able to, you're going to have to put that Zacian within range of the Grassy Glide, generally speaking, if you're not confident enough for it to be enough. But Kyogre now susceptible to Thunderclaps, not going to pick up a KO. Thunderbolt, I don't think without a boost, to be fair, it's got Magnet item boosted, so it might do it, but it's going to have to be extremely invested in its special attack.
Absolutely, the Kyogre still facing a threat. Even if he doesn't pick up KO, still going to take huge damage. And and we know that the Rillaboom is still in the back as well, which will also threaten this Kyogre. So we'll see how this plays out as we go on to the next turn. And the grassy terrain has gone down. Wide Guard coming in from Zamazenta there. The Thunderclap on the Kyogre doing about 60% damage there. Oh, and another Terra Blast, and it is not enough. It is not enough. The Zamazenta lives on about 5 HP. The Zamazenta's defense is insane here. Zamazenta being able to cling on again for another turn, which means that we're not going to have to see a swap in. That Zamazenta is going to be able once again to get a Wide Guard in the next turn, which is going to possibly save from these joint moves from the Kyogre, which makes it susceptible to that Thunderclap.
This is one of the reasons why Zamazenta's become the best doggo of Sword and Shield era, surpassing and superseding Zacian. It's just got so much utility and sustainability because of the +1 in its defense. It's just able to absolutely tank that like a champ. Wide Guard, great way to be able to forego any water type bolstered moves from this Kyogre, since it doesn't have single target. Both of its water type options are double target, and then it does have Thunder. So that could have been an option for Ben to try to focus down into the Zamazenta. I would have picked up a KO because it 100% hit with its accuracy in the rain, but still clearly trying to focus down on the prioritization of damage output as best as possible whilst the turns of rain remain.
Absolutely. Also, another big thing here is that the Tailwind has gone from the field as well, so Ben's no longer got the speed priority, which is going to be potentially huge here. And we'll see how this turn plays out as we go into the next turn. We see the Protect come in for the Kyogre, with a Wide Guard coming in from Zamazenta. Again, going for the Thunderclap. It failed. And we see the Terra Blast into the Zamazenta. It is finally able to pick up a KO, though, onto that Zamazenta. And we see Rillaboom coming back on the field. Grassy terrain is set back up. It's a pretty interesting board state here. Obviously, the Raging Bolt still at 100% health thanks to those Wide Guards, but that option is now off the field, which means Kyogre can possibly hit some of its joint moves. But as we know, Raging Bolt and Rillaboom are both resistant to water moves, so they're both going to be able to take some of these hits. And not only that, but Rilla back on the field, it does have Fake Out, so you're potentially stopping a whole turn here as well.
Yeah, and this is such an awkward spot for Ben because you've already burnt your first turn of Protect. At this point, you need to be able to pick off the Rillaboom because the Raging Bolt, it's not going to be able to threaten with the priority. We're expecting a Fake Out from the Rillaboom into the Zacian slot. You want to be able to stop that dot from moving at this point, but then that allows Kyogre to be susceptible. And from the Kyogre's point, the Origin Pulse, surely, in my opinion, would be enough to pick up the Rillaboom at 32% with Mystic Water and in the rain, even though the Assault Vest is there. But that would have to be an exchange of that Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. So you could clearly see a bit of a great pin scenario from Kerry's side. But the Zacian is clearly the main win condition for Ben. A, he needs to connect with the Play Rough, and B, he needs to avoid a Grassy Glide. I would say in the subsequent turn, most likely anticipating a Fake Out here, but then again, mind games when it comes to Fake Out. We could see Ben just go full offensive and not read the Fake Out into the Zacian, but instead read it into the Kyogre.
Absolutely, and as we both know from the last two games, anything can happen in these last couple of turns. We've seen the entire matches turn around so quickly, so let's see how this plays out. As we go into this turn, we see the Zacian protect itself, and we see the Kyogre getting the double protect. The Thunderclap was coming in there, and a Wood Hammer was going into the Zacian. So Fake Out pressure has gone. Everyone gains a little bit of health from the grassy terrain, but the double protect coming in. The Thunderclap, Kyogre went for another protect. Oh, but the Play Rough finally knocking out the Rillaboom there, which means that Zacian is able to actually get rid of the big threat here. Now, Kerry's in a very, very difficult position with just an electric-type Pokemon on the field, facing down this Kyogre and the Zacian. The only thing that can hit the Zacian, though, is a Draco Meteor.
Yeah, mate, this has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions from both our trainers. What a fantastic game 3. It's all leading down to this final confrontation. The Zacian is at this point gonna go for the Terror Blast. It just misses the KO, but guess what? Water Spout follow-up is more than enough to clinch this setup to Ben being able to get that win for the Applin Bottom Jeans boots with the fur.
Boots with the fur, indeed. Excellently played there by both players, and such a roller coaster in all three games. As we said earlier, like the power dynamic just batting from one side to the other, neither having real clear advantages at any particular point, both being trapped in difficult positions and both being able to get out of them very, very easily as well.
Oh, yeah.
Great showing from both players. They should both be extremely proud of themselves. They've both represented their teams extremely well. Commiserations obviously to Kerry, who wasn't able to pick up the win, but a great showing, and congratulations to Ben. And again, the Swordfish coming in very useful, as we said, an archetype that's been proved time and time again to do very well. Won obviously the last set from NJB and Karim, wins again the Swordfish duo. Excellent.
Yeah, and with that, of course, we're going to see that the Applins are now finally able to get their first win in this set versus the Garchomps, because previously Garchomps were leading 2-0 prior to this set. So Ben absolutely waving the flag for the revenge sweep. We're going to have to see if the Applins will be able to connect through, but so far Ben has absolutely shown us why this is such a great opportunity and tournament. You've got twists and turns along the ways, great players that may not be as well known, let's say, I don't know, like the international level, but this is like a proof of our roots being so strong, foundationally, giving opportunities for all of our trainers to be able to build up that experience and further improve their skill and knowledge.
Absolutely. As we know, there's players from all ranges here, from those who have been playing for years and those who are fairly new. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Kerry, like we said, still only been on the scene for about 6 to 9 months, but excellently played there, considering, I mean, Ben's achievement of being top of Birmingham Regionals for round 4 and round 5. Kerry able to hold her own there and show that it doesn't matter how long you've been playing, you can still take games and you can still, do such impressive things in this game. It's everything's to play for. Never feel that just because you haven't been playing long enough that you aren't good enough, because all of you absolutely are. And just great showing from the Kerry doing the Glenwood Garchomps proud. That first game, just brilliant as well. I think Ben, like as you said though, Ben, maybe time to reassess that play rough though, because again, what was it? What were we 2 and 5 at the end? Was it 2 and 5?
I think it was. Yeah,
so 40%. 40%
that's I don't know. That's not 90%, Lee. That's not 90%.
It's not 90%.
Oh my lordy! You might as well run fissure on a Pokemon or something. I don't know at this point. But regardless, we saw the sort of, I don't know, like-minded ground type Terra Blast coming in for Ben, especially on being able to get that 3-hit KO on the Zamazenta, which is insane, because you're like, okay, well, Zacian. Oh, it's got Intrepid Sword. Oh, +1 its attack. Cool. Oh, wait, what? Terra Blast ground isn't enough to at least guarantee a 2-shot on a Zamazenta? That's why that Pokemon's busted. And Kerry absolutely leaning in with the Zamazenta, but unfortunately wasn't able to be enough. But what a great way for us to be able to feature our second set of the day, going into what will be a ferocious caster battle for set 3.
Indeed.
It's not going to be between Lee and myself. No, I'm just going to pause it right there. Not yet.
Could you imagine? Oh, it wouldn't be very fair on you, though, would it?
No, I'm kidding.
So true. Oh, shade thrown.
After today, mate, yes. But yeah.
No, yes, it is indeed going to be caster versus caster as we move into this third set of the stream, and we're going to see Jack, also known as Subzant, from the Lavender Town Tumbleweeds, say that 5 times fast. Their fun fact, they got more championship points this season with Garganackle than with Incineroar. Props to you. Garganackle is a great Pokemon, and I love it. And I think that's great. And we see the team here seeing our first of these Scarlet and Violet legendaries here in Miraidon here, teaming up with that Lunala, another good pairing that we've seen used time and time again. With, again, some classic Pokemon we've seen, Incin and Rillaboom. Worth pointing out, though, one of my personal favorites, Volcarona, who is an excellent choice here. Always love a Volcarona.
It's so true. I mean, the fact that it's just such a lovable moth Firebug is amazing, but then it's just got a lot of utility when it comes to the different sort of moves and tools it has available in its arsenal. There's different sets that you can run. Clearly, this is more of a defensive one, especially the fact that it's got Electric Seed, which commonly sometimes in this team composition, you would see a Rocky Helmet Volcarona with the Dragon Terror redirection available. You want to be able to forego any focus points from, let's say, a Water Fu or like an Urshifu Rapid Strike and some other main key threats like Zamazenta in particular. Great matchup into it because it's able to resist both the steel as well as the fighting type. But in this case, there's no Quiver Dance set up. It's purely bound by having the Fiery Dance, which gives you a 50% chance to get a +1 in your special attack, which is key, hit, single target, of course. But Struggle Bug, double target, able to drop the special attack stage by 1 on both of the opposing Pokemon. So such a great way to be able to have a utility Pokemon like Volcarona with a redirect option too.
Absolutely, but there's also, again, it's all about choices here, and obviously we also see the Cornerstone Ogerpon as well next to that Volcarona with the Follow Me. So again, more options there for redirection to protect those Pokemon who you want to get doing the damage, especially when we've got Miraida on the field, which we know, though it can deal a lot of damage, it also takes a lot of damage from quite a few things, so can drop just as easily as it rises. Hopefully, though, was able to get some defense, though, from the Lunala there, which we see is the Moongeist Beam and Moonblast with a Calm Mind. So that Lunala also looking to do some damage. And again, double Fake Out users again in the Rillaboom, in the Incineroar. We know about the pivoting. A lot of options here for Jack.
Yeah, 100%. And most commonly, that Ogerpon Cornerstone tends to be an Urshifu Rapid Strike because it's a good way to be able to round up the Fire Water Grass core, which tend to be brought with a Lunala Calm Mind. It's just got such great synergy amongst one another that you're able to essentially sort of have a Protect the Queen set when it comes strategy when it comes to the Lunala. So I'll be really excited to see how Jack is going to match up against his opponent for this set, fellow caster as well, Sam, aka Wix Ford Warrior. Is it? It's not Whammy, is it? Or is it Whammy? Or am I just like
no? That's not
misconstruing. No, that's not Whammy. Okay, cool.
No, this is Sam. He's our only Irish caster for UKITT. Come on, caster, you should know this.
It's all right. I'm just playing with Sam. No. Inside joke,
yes.
I swear.
Absolutely. So, Sam, the Wexford Warrior, representing Ireland here, with the original innovator, the Bramblegast, before Emilio Forbes. There we go.
Wow, that's a claim.
Is the only Irish caster for UKITT. Thank you, Sam, for being our Irish representative here. We see Zacian back on this team as well. However, no Kyogre in sight, as this one is paired with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And the water archetype here is that Urshifu, paired with double genies here in the Tornadus and the Landorus. So again, options all around for both of these players.
Yeah, and I do really like Sam's team. It feels a bit unconventional with the double genie, the combination, especially because you don't have the rain mode that you sort of like look at. Well, I mean, you do have the rain mode. It's the Urshifu and the Tornadus, of course, but you don't have the double target signature move of the Landorus to be able to capitalize off of that. You've just got the substitute set up here rather than the Sansear Storm. You've got the Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, no Terra Poison, Terra Water here to be able to maybe bulk any sort of main moves coming out from water type moves. It's a good way to be able to force a 50-50 mind game between whether against a Miraidon, for example, between whether you're going to expect any certain electric-type moves going into a slot. It's a really good way to be able to switch it in at that point. So yeah, a lot of interesting sort of parts to Sam's team. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's able to bring this about, especially because that Calyrex, it's only got one offensive move on its 4 selected moves and disable on-call strategy shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. Also worth pointing out as well, the Incineroar in this team as well is the Assault Fest Incineroar.
Yeah.
So we'll have nothing like Parting Shot here. So we have the Flare Blitz, Knockoff, Fake Out, and a U-Turn. So though a lot of these moves don't do a fair deal of damage, they will all do some damage, which is something we haven't seen yet on stream, at least, for Incineroar. But yeah, again, having this Tornadus with the Rain Dance being able to set up that Urshifu, which is holding the Mystic Water, is going to be a potential threat here, as we know, especially with things like the Volcarona on the opposite side, which is really one of its main weaknesses. But also, we have the Landorus, like you said, is missing that Sanseer Storm. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, with that Sludge Bomb, though, it can do huge damage to the opposing Rillaboom on the opposite side. So it should be a very, very good battle, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be our first in-cart set of today between both of our trainers. No showdown for this one. We're going to see the absolute glory of all our Poke Friend animations. But most crucially, we're about to see the leads. We have Jack on the left-hand side, Sam on the right, leading with double genies versus Jack's Miraidon and the Incineroar.
Absolutely. Man and Man 2, I believe they were nicknamed there. Excellent nicknames. But yeah, the Instinct coming out, going to drop the attack, obviously, with that Intimidate, and the Miraidon setting up that electric terrain. Now, without that Sanseer Storm, the Landorus possibly not going to be able to do much. It obviously has access to Earth Power. But with the attack drop, will it be able to do enough? I don't know, but we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and there's a couple of interesting spots. Obviously, you've got the fake out available from Jack's side to be able to at least slow down both genies. I would say there's no Terra Ghost and there's no Covert Cloak on the Tornadus. It's actually going to be Mental Herb to be able to forego any pranks or taunts or regular taunts, so generally speaking. So Miraidon's actually in a good spot to go on the offensive, but then again, Sam may well predict this, go on the defensive. So I think Jack is going to have to consider doing a hard switch here or go for the damage, expose what move he's going to be locking that Miraidon into, as, yeah, it's going to be the double protect.
Yeah, we see the double protect coming in from the genies on the opposite side. Incin obviously went for the fake out, was targeting the Landorus, obviously to stop it doing any real damage to the Miraidon here. Yep. Miraidon was going to use the Volt Switch and potentially switch out and get off the field. Not going to be able to, though, as it hits into yet another protect from the Tornadus there. Thunderous would obviously be another genie. There's so many genies, I'm getting them all mixed up. So defensive plays all around here.
Yeah, and I guess this sort of forces Jack into a spot where Miraidon is exposed. I know it's a choice stuff. Sure, it's going to be super, super speedy, but if this is a max speed Landorus under Tailwind, I think it just is able to outspeed the Miraidon. So the Miraidon, the fact that it doesn't have a good defensive Terra in this case, sort of forces its hand in switching out. So Sam may well just go ahead and try to capitalize off of this, but we'll have to consider whether there is a potential of a Rillaboom coming in and consider whether you're going to go for the Earth Power or even a Sludge Bomb.
Absolutely. So Miraidon gets hard switched out, and we see the Lunala coming in its place as we see we see a Terra coming in from Sam's side here. And it's the Incineroar that is getting Terra, and it's that Terra Grass, not Sam's side. That is Jack's side. My apologies. They are both Terra Grass. Incin on Jack's side there, going for Terra Grass. The Tailwind coming in from the Tornadus, as you said, puts Landorus in a pretty good position here, and we're going to see what it's going to. And it would have gone for the Earth Power onto the Miraidon. Miraidon switched out. It does about 25% damage to that Lunala, but the Incin with the parting shot sending off itself off of the field, but also getting the attack and special attack drop onto that Landorus, which is obviously the big threat here for Miraidon. So we're possibly seeing Miraidon come back on the field, I think. We have options here, but that swap in from Jack was very smartly done.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that the Incineroar just is at a point where it can get that parting shot off, allow the mid-turn maneuver in that case to reposition yourself and sort of reset the board state a bit is really cool here, because now, sure, you've got the Miraidon, which is still in a position where it's going to be outsped most likely by the Landorus super effectively as well with the Earth Power, but you reintroduce the mind games of now you can switch into the Incineroar, which is a grass type, and still go ahead and try to get the setup from the Lunala. There is no taunt on the Tornadus, just going to be a protect.
Absolutely. We see the Earth Power coming in. It is faster than Miraidon, but the Miraidon clings on with 28%. Obviously, it got the attack drop. And we see the Miraidon was going to go for the Volt Switch. Again, it's not able to do so because of that Protect. And Lunala, though, is able to get the Calm Mind there, being able to boost its special attack, which is going to be a huge help for it. It also gets the special defense boost as well. Great play, though. The last turn from that Incineroar being able to use the parting shot onto the Landorus, which means the Miraidon gets to stick around for one more turn.
Yeah, and this is a really good way to be able to completely capitalize off of a damage debuffs via the parting shot with the Incineroar. Really, really good play from Jack's side. And I think if this Tornadus, they tend to not go for max speed because they're purely there for the bulk and the setup. The Miraidon might have actually been able to outspeed the Tornado, so it would have been able to catch it out of the spot, go for the Volt Switch, and most likely even pick up the one-shot and get that pivot action going. So we're in a point where Jack is just kind of sticking to the game plan. You've got the Lunala, which has so much setup potential and support. You've got redirection and fake out available via the means of the Volcarona and Incineroar. So we're going to have to most likely see the Miraidon switch out here in order to preserve it for a later turn in this game.
Absolutely, we see the instinct coming out with that Terra Grass. If it is going to get an Earth Power, then it's probably not going to do much, especially now it gets another attack drop here. And the Bleakwind Storm coming in, not doing too much to the Lunala, but getting about half damage done to the Incineroar there, thanks to its grass typing. And we see a substitute come in for the Landorus instead. And the Moongeist Beam coming in from Lunala. We're going to see it target down the Landorus, but thanks to the substitute, not going to do much. The substitute takes the damage. However, the substitute fades straight away, so loses about 25% health thanks to the substitute. But, I mean, it was huge there. Great read from Sam's side, being able to pick that up.
Yeah, and such a good spot to still have the Tornadus available against this Incineroar that has Grass Terrored into a super effective against the Bleakwind Storm, which is not the best if, of course, you're facing down the Tornadus. But at this point, you just want to be able to keep that cycling going and allow Lunala to pick up a KO, or at least force a substitute to be broken, because I could easily anticipate Sam trying to go for the substitute again, but that will be susceptible to a fake out here. Maybe even giving Jack a bit of room to go for another Calm Mind, unless you feel confident on picking up the KO on the Tornadus and just going for the fake out into the Landorus. It's an option, but I don't think it's enough, as Tornadus tend to be a bit more bulky, although we're going to see another Protect come out from it.
Absolutely, we see the Instinct getting the fake out there as well, straight onto the Landorus. Landorus unable to move because of the flinch, and Lunala gets off another Calm Mind, boosting its special attack and special defense once more. It's going to be difficult though. This Lunala is being able just to kind of boost its own stats, so it's going to be able to go on a bit of a rampage later on if Sam is not careful, using the Protect there to protect the Tornadus. But with this Lunala is a huge threat now.
Yeah, it is, but I think something we need to factor in is the Calyrex Shadow Rider most likely waiting in the back for Sam. And what I would say is the fact that you've got a +2 special defense and attack Lunala is a really good spot for you for Jack. Clearly, the win condition here is bulk it out as much as you can, restore the Shadow Shield to be able to re-enable it in order to take very powerful Astral Barrages from Sam's side. I feel like Sam should try to find a position to hurry up, bring that Calyrex in, to be able to force the Lunala to be in a more awkward spot. It just feels like it's got so much room to be able to maneuver, get these Calm Mind boosts going for it, and it's not directly being threatened by much.
Absolutely, so we'll see how this plays out as Incin leaves the field. Looks like we're going to be seeing something in its place, and it's the Volcarona coming in. Again, Fire Bug type, great there. So we're going to see the Tornadus use the Tailwind, getting that speed back up. And the Landorus this time going for a Sludge Bomb into the Volcarona. It does about 25%, doesn't do too much. And the Moongeist Beam coming in from Lunala, targeting down that Landorus, and it is able to pick up the first KO of the game.
Yeah, you would have thought, you know, we surely we saw a KO before. It's like, no, we saw Pokemon come very close to being KO'd and not just quite yet until this moment. But yeah, this Lunala is absolutely running away with the momentum of this game. It just keeps on having support available on its side of the field, as we're finally going to be seeing the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field for Sam. However, you've got a scenario where you're most likely expecting Lunala to go for the protective, but I don't think the leftovers recovery at the end of this turn is enough, which may suggest a sort of defensive play on the Lunala accompanied by a Struggle Bug play from the Volcarona. It's going to be a bit tough because you've got double spread potential from both the Calyrex as well as the Bleakwind Storm, so this could be quite awkward for Jack if he opts to try to go on the offensive with the Lunala.
Absolutely. Obviously, the Calyrex Shadow is a huge threat to the Lunala, but it's obviously got that double special defense boost as well. And with the Volcarona being able to use the Struggle Bug, being able to drop its special attack, it might not do as much damage as maybe Sam is planning on it doing. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. And we see a Terra coming in from Sam's side now. Sam is going to go for the Terra Ghost on that Calyrex. So this Astral Barrage, if they go for it, is going to do some huge damage. Will it be enough to get rid of that Lunala, though? No, Lunala goes for the Protect. It keeps itself safe. We'll see what happens. Volcarona also playing, going for the Protect there. So Jack playing very defensively, being able to protect itself. Astral Barrage obviously not going to do anything here. We'll see what the Tornadus chooses to do as well.
Yeah, most likely just going for the offensive as well. Going to be Bleakwind Storm. Jack playing slow, playing, I'd say, correctly as well. You want to be able to further explore the board state to the point where take advantage of expiring the remaining turns of Tailwind over on Sam's side, get a bit of leftovers recovery. Maybe he was hoping for it to be enough for the Shadow Shield to be re-enabled, but unfortunately, 8 HP too short. And this is going to really have to come down to whether the Calyrex can pick up the Lunala at +2. It's sort of treating it in a scenario where it's super effective, only ×2 rather than ×4 because of the +2 boost. No double protect connect. We got the Astral Barrage though. Is it enough, Lee?
We'll soon find out. The Astral Barrage hits both.
Oh!
It's enough for the Lunala. The Volcarona clings on with 12 HP. It wasn't enough to get rid of the Lunala, which is good. It's huge problem for Jack now. And the Bleakwind Storm coming in, getting rid of the Volcarona, and Volcarona drops as well, putting Jack in a very difficult position here. Was unable to get that double protect, which would have been huge for Jack, but unfortunately it leaves Jack in a very tricky position here before we head into game 2 by the looks of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of why it's so crucial to be able to have the sustainability available for the Lunala to re-enable the Shadow Shield ability. You need to bring it back up to 100% of its HP to be able to tank all of that offensive prowess from the Astral Barrage, especially further bolstered by a multiplier of 1.5 via the Ghost Terror. And yeah, we're going to see Jack lock in the forfeit for this game 1, knowing there is no way to be able to bring this one back. We need to go back to the sort of player board in order to revise the strategy going into this game 2. So what a way to be able to see Sam go ahead and pick up that first game right there with the focus of the Calyrex Shadow Rider and that late game Tornadus, which, by the way, Lee, was there from turn 1. Which is amazing.
Absolutely. The Tornadus sticking around a lot longer than I think all of us thought it would. Obviously, being threatened quite a lot by the Miraidon there. But Miraidon, every time it went for that Volt Switch, anytime it went for any type of kind of electric attack move, got the Protect up. It was prepared for those moves. Excellent plays by Sam there. And I think the biggest surprise, obviously, we saw that Lunala getting those special defense and special attack boosts, but it wasn't enough. Obviously, was going to get that Shadow Shield, Shadow Shield set back up, but wasn't able to do so. That Protect, unfortunately, not being able to land, meant that the Astral Barrage just comes in with the Terra Ghost boost as well. Even at +2 special defense, one-shots the Lunala, sends it packing, and then thanks to the Bleakwind Storm as well, then picking up the Volcarona. Yeah, unfortunately left Jack in a bit of a difficult position where he knew there's not much he could do. Even with the Incineroar being the Dark type and having access to knockoff, the Calyrex has a Focus Ash, so even if you hit it, it's still going to live. It's still going to get an extra turn in. So yeah, excellently played by Sam there, I think.
Yeah, I think the MVP win condition-wise for Sam's side was always that Calyrex Shadow Rider. The fact that you were able to force Jack to terrestrialize the Incineroar and not keep that Terra available for the Calyrex is sort of one of the key things when it comes to this matchup of the Lunala versus the Calyrex Shadow Rider. You want to hog the Terra on the Lunala to be able to just take so much of the damage output Calyrex has to offer and just absolutely slam it back. Even if it's a Focus Ash, surely you're able to navigate that. If there's no nasty pot setups and whatnot, which we know this Calyrex does not have, its on-call disable Astral Barrage being its only move. So it's a bit of a tough spot. If Jack had the Shadow Shield re-enabled, he was missing that 8 hit points. I feel like it could have been a different game, but alas, that is the nature of VGC. And we are going to go ahead and get primed to go into game 2. So, Lee, are you expecting any switch ups from either side? Maybe Jack maintaining or, switching things up extremely, I'd say, or Sam maintaining the same lead of the Double Genies?
Possibly. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Double Genie obviously worked out very well for Sam there. Both Genies lasted a very long time on the field. Tornadus didn't even go down. Landorus only went down after a little while. I believe it was after the double Carmine from the Lunala that was able to get it down thanks to the substitute that it put up in its place for a little bit as well.
Yep.
So possibly for Sam, no changes at all. For Jack, maybe obviously we saw the Miraidon lead in with the Incineroar, I believe it was. So we'll have to wait and see as we head into game 2 of Jack versus Sam as we go into this matchup. Obviously, Sam up 1-0 here and sends out double Genies again. Man 2 coming in, and a slight change here from Jack, though. We see the Rillaboom coming onto the field, setting up the grassy terrain, but also we see the Lunala straight off the bat as well. Presume hoping to get those Carmine set up to hopefully start sweeping later on.
I love this. I think Rillaboom was very well needed in the previous game, and it's worth dropping either of Incineroar or the Miraidon, in my personal opinion, because it adds an additional layer of self-sustainable HP recovery at the end of each turn. So you would have been in a situation, let's say, where you're missing 8 hit points. If the Rillaboom was available and the grass terrain was active, you would have been able to recover it back, especially because you've got the fake out available for it, which is sort of equating to the fake out of the Incineroar in that game 1 to the same point, and I'd argue to a greater extent, at the cost of still being super effectively weak to a Bleak Winged Storm.
Absolutely. We go into the first turn. We see the Protect coming in from both Genies. The double Protect again, the exact same turn from Sam there. Rilla went for the fake out onto the Landorus. Not able to do it, but is this Lunala going to set up its Carmine? It does. Lunala. Excellent, Jack, excellently predicting there the double Protect. Not worried, so it's able to get its special attack and special defense rising thanks to that Carmine. Was Jack potentially reading Sam there, predicting the double Protectors? That's exactly what they did in the last game as well.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason why you shouldn't go for Carmine, because the Tornadus doesn't have a move like Taunt to be able to halter that setup momentum going for it. It's just got Bleak Wind Storm, Rain Dance, Tailwind, and Protect. So there's really no downside to getting that boost set up initially, and I'd probably argue Jack should try to get a couple of more boosts going now that he's got the grass terrain available. Get those pivots going with the Rillaboom. Maybe have it available for a later turn in the game to be able to capitalize off of its presence again, but no switch outs here. Bleak Wind Storm misses on the Lunala.
It does about half damage to that Rillaboom there. And we see Lunala coming in with the Moongeist Beam. Who's it going to be targeting, though? Is it going to go for the Landorus? It is, and it's able to pick up the KO on the Landorus. Landorus is gone, not sticking around for nearly as long as it did in the last game. That is huge there. The Grassy Glide coming in great there, knocking it down enough for that Moongeist Beam to be able to pick up the final hit. The Bleak Wind Storm as well, though, that missing the Lunala is going to be great for Jack, as Jack still is able to protect Lunala with that Shadow Shield.
Yeah, and I do have to point out, if I'm not mistaken, the Lunala moved first before the Landorus, which is absolutely bonkers. You don't expect the Lunala to be that quick, but at the same time, you don't expect the Landorus to be that slow. So probably might be more of a heavier invested Landorus at the same time of the Lunala being quite quick there. Quite crucial, because at least you could have been able to go for the Sludge Bomb into the Rillaboom, maybe pick up a KO, especially because your Life Orb boosted, but that's not the case. Jack has got a lot of momentum going in his favor now, especially with the Fairy now online against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Wants to go ahead and forego any sort of super effective weakness to the Ghost Hyping.
Yeah, Jack fully prepared here for this matchup. We see the Protect coming in from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. And the Bleak Wind Storm again trying to be used, but this time Rillaboom avoids it, hits Lunala, but does very, very little damage there. But however, it does get the speed drop, which is a massive thing for this Lunala. As you said, this Lunala was surprisingly quick, but it's not going to be enough. We see the U-turn possibly coming in there, but hitting the Protect. And we see the Moongeist Beam again from the Lunala, hitting in the Tornadus, but it's not enough. Tornadus clings on with very, very little health. Good things happening all around here.
Yeah, it's sort of what we we're talking about. The double layered recovery really allows the Lunala to be able to quite rapidly recover and reactivate its Shadow Shield even at the end of the same turn when you've got that in combination. So really good place. Sort of what we were talking about in game 1. Sort of theorized that +1 Moongeist Beam wouldn't be enough for the Tornadus. Surely you need to be able to get that +2 to be able to, especially against a bulky Tornadus, from the looks of things, this definitely is. But at this point, U-turn would have been such a great way to be able to break the Focus Sash, but also get that pivot action going. Maybe even recycle the fake out pressure, bring that Incineroar in, have it available, either to go for the Tornadus, absolutely stop it from moving, and then open up the board to allow the Lunala to go for that one-hit KO onto the Calyrex. So good defensive protect there from Sam's side on the Calyrex.
Absolutely, and we see the Terra coming in on Sam's side, using the Terra Ghost. Again, the Astral Barrage hoping to do a lot of damage, but how will it fare against a Terra Fairy special defense boosted Lunala? We're about to find out. The Tailwind coming in from Tornadoes this time, giving Sam the speed control on the field here, and we're going to see the Astral Barrage coming in from this Calyrex. Is it going to be enough to pick up a KO on either of Jack's Pokemon? It hits, and it isn't. It does minimal damage to the Lunala there, and the doesn't have enough to KO the Rillaboom. Rillaboom uses the U-turn, is able to go back to Jack, so that is huge. Even with the Terra Ghost there, it is not enough to pick up a KO on either of Jack's Pokemon. Jack playing very well here, understanding what went wrong in the last game and making the changes necessary.
Yeah, and we did get a bit of a sneak peek there. There is no Incineroar, so this allows Miraidon to most likely outspeed the Tornadus under Tailwind. But before then, Moongeist Beam, because of the double up right there, will be able to pick up that crucial KO onto the Calyrex. It is now down for the count. Jack is in an absolutely good spot, highly advantageous against Sam's remaining 2 Pokemon. Tornadus, sure, is still available in the field, but yeah, even though the Zacian is going to be a really good Pokemon to bring in against a Lunala that A, has its Shadow Shield broken, but B, is now a Terra Fairy. So it's going to be super effective, susceptible to extremely powerful Behemoth Blades.
Absolutely. I mean, the Shadow Shield being gone now is going to be a potential problem for the Lunala, as you mentioned. But the fact that Jack was able to clear that Calyrex Shadow, which did so much damage in the last game, and which means Sam has also lost his Terra Pokemon, is going to be a potential problem. Sam down to his final 2 Pokemon here. Still all 4 for Jack, as Jack is just deciding what he should do here in order to protect this Lunala. Lunala, I think, is the key piece here. Miraidon is also on the field here. Miraidon can still do a fair bit of damage. And Jack is going to go play defensively. He get the Protect coming in on the Lunala, possibly predicting that Behemoth Blade, as is correct. And the Zacian goes into the Protect from the Lunala. The Lunala protects itself. A Bleak Wind Storm coming in. Obviously, the Lunala protects itself. Bleak Wind Storm gonna hit the Miraidon here. Probably not gonna do a lot of damage. It doesn't barely any damage. A few hit points, but it does get a speed drop, which is huge. But the Volt Switch coming in. Tornadus is down. Miraidon's gonna go back to Jack here, and we're gonna see one of the other Pokemon come out, leaving Zacian all on its own.
Yeah, and what a tough spot to be in. I still feel like Jack had that end game pretty locked up. Let's say, for example, the play rough A does connect, but B, of course, targets and picks up a KO onto the Miraidon. You still have the Volcarona available in the back. You've got Fake Out available as well. You've got great ways to be able to A, redirect future turns from this Zacian, but also B, other methods of regaining the Shadow Shield once again. So pretty good locked out pin scenario here. You've just got so much more resource versus what Sam does. Behemoth Blade focusing down the Volcarona, dealing absolutely negligible amounts of damage in favor of being a bit too hot to touch, Lee.
Absolutely, picking up the burn as well. Not that I think it's going to make too much difference here. The redirection, excellent there from the Volcarona. Coming in with the Moongeist Beam onto the Zacian, takes it down to about 40% health left, but with the burn as well, this Zacian is no longer a threat to anything. He's able to get the redirection using the Volcarona. I think Jack's probably got this one in the bag here, and just going now on all the offensive. I think Sam is in a very, very tricky spot. Sam's going to have to pull some magic out of a hat here, I think, to pick up the victory. But I think Jack has got this one locked up pretty nicely.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Sam's been able to see the writing on the wall, and we have got ourselves a game 3 between Jack and Sam. And currently, yeah, it's quite a tough affair for both of our trainers, doing an exceptional job in really planning out the board state. We saw Sam doing an incredible job in that game one, to the point where he's just able to force Jack into such awkward positions, have the Calyrex Shadow Rider available for the late game sweep. But then Jack absolutely came back in that game two, guns blazing, with a solid strategy of just protect the queen, have that available type of support via the redirection, and most crucially, the Rillaboom, fake out, grassy terrain. That additional layer just allows you a lot more flexibility in terms of prioritizing the Calm Mind boost, having the Shadow Shield reactivated multiple times, and just going for the damage. And that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack was able to learn from game one straight away, automatically changed his Pokemon, changed the way he was going to play it. And much to his advantage, he still had 4 Pokemon left by the time that all of Sam's Pokemon had gone down. Excellently played, just fully prepared to go all out defensive, as you said, protect that Lunala, which is the key piece here to the opposing team. But even, as we said, with that Astral Barrage coming in from the Calyrex, even with the Terra Ghost, did such negligible damage to the Lunala with the Terra Fairy and the special defense boosts, and really that was the winning factor in game one. So game three, it's all to play for. Obviously, we saw no lead changes from Sam's side that turn. Possibly though, going to see some next turn, I believe.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think there's a lot more room to be able to maybe go on the immediate offensive. Double Genies, at least now we sort of saw the trick of that game one. We know that Jack's well prepared for it based on that game two. I think you're definitely going to have to switch it up. Maybe even bring something a bit more offensive, or maybe even a form of Tailwind with the Urshifu to be able to just absolutely go through your opponent's Pokemon. But there's always the Rillaboom you need to factor in. I wouldn't be surprised, Lee, if we absolutely saw Urshifu, Incineroar, and some form of the Tornadus, and maybe just the one restricted from Sam's side, because it feels a bit awkward sometimes. Depend on the matchup on bringing both restricted, but we're gonna have to find out.
Absolutely, and we'll find out as we head into game three, the final of this set. Caster versus Caster, Jack versus Sam. Let's see who can pick up the final victory here for their teams. Sam, we see a complete change in lead. We do see the Urshifu indeed and the Calyrex coming straight on the field. No change, however, from Jack as he leads with the Lunala again and the Rillaboom. So changes on Sam's side as predicted. We do see the Urshifu, which is the first time we've seen it throughout these sets.
Yeah, exactly. And it does have a really cool utility move on this set. It's got Taunt. So it's a great way to be able to shut down Calm Mind setup as long as you're given the room to do so. This is Mystic Water, Urshifu. It's not Focus Sash. The Focus Sash is on the Calyrex Shadow Rider. That Rillaboom is really liking this position because, like, okay, cool. I can always threaten it at any given point, but I just need to make sure I'm not allowing this Calyrex to run amok in terms of the damage output it's capable of, even though it does have disruption options as well.
Absolutely. It's potentially potential advantages on both sides here, as we're going to see our first Terra of the game, and it's the Lunala going for that Terra Fairy. We saw it last game. It is no surprise. Is going to hopefully protect itself from that Cali Shadow Rider, as we know that could do so much damage when Lunala is in its shadow form. And we see an Aquajet coming in, hitting the Lunala. It's going to break that Shadow Shield straight away. And the Astral Barrage coming in, it doesn't have the Shadow Shield. Will this do enough damage? And it takes Lunala down to about half health.
Oh, good.
But Lunala coming in with that Moonglow's Beam looks like it's going to be tearing down that Calyrex. It takes it down to its Focus Sash, surviving on just 1 HP, and we still have the Rillaboom to take its turn. It's going to use a U-turn, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider is off the field, KO in the first turn. Excellently played from both players there.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's sort of what we're talking about. We're reaching this point of the set. It's the final game. It's just high octane from both sides of the field. Jack knows that clearly his Calm Mind strategy is sustainable. It involves a lot of pivot moves going and whatnot, but he's aware that Sam's aware of it. And he's like, okay, well, I know you're just going to go full offensive. I want to capitalize off of that. You're not going to play defensive right now. You need to try to force my hand and essentially avert me from accomplishing my strategy. And absolutely leaning into that, getting rid of the Calyrex is such a good spot for yourself. But then again, now we've got a Zacian to contend for. The second restricted from either side has made an appearance in this game 3. Miraidon, though, does have the speed advantage thanks to its Choice Scarf.
Absolutely. We know that Zacian could possibly do huge damage to the Lunala. The Lunala, we know, as lost its Shadow Shield. It's down at about half health here. But I think we have seen that Volcarona in the back. Redirection is always an option here for Jack. But we see the Miraidon, as you said, it will be able to outspeed both the Urshifu and the Zacian. My apologies. So we can see, but also the Miraidon is potentially going to be a huge threat to that Urshifu, so Sam might be looking to get rid of the Urshifu as well.
Yeah, there's definitely different avenues that you can go down, so it's just going to have to depend. But the Volt Switch is going into the Zacian, not even trying to go for the KO here, because surely the Volt Switch would have been able to be enough to pick off the Urshifu, not the Zacian. You'd have to try to commit to Electro Drift, but then again, it's a bit awkward because you don't have the choice specs bolstering yourself. It's not a short KO here. However, we've got the Volcarona being brought mid-turn, has that Electric Seed, giving it a +1 in defense. Play rough, deals negligible damage onto it. Although the Surging Strikes is going to focus down on the Lunala. Is it enough to pick up the KO?
Is potentially going to pick up the KO on this Lunala, and it does. The third and final Surging Strike is enough to take the Lunala down. So Lunala, probably not thinking it was going to face those Surging Strikes, probably thought they were going to go all out on the Miraidon there. Obviously, the swap in for the Volcarona was excellently planned. Miraidon took... Volcarona took very little damage from that play rough, which was able to hit, you know, as we've mentioned in previous games, obviously not the most accurate of moves, but Miraidon coming back in, again, is going to be able to outspeed both of these Pokemon, though the Lunala does go down, which means Jack has lost his Terror as well.
Yeah, and that's such a crucial thing to not have available to yourself right now, especially in the sort of predicament that you, I would say, have, but then again, you've got the speed advantage. You just need to be able to make sure that you can connect with the Electro Drifts whilst the Electro Terrain is still available on the field. So it's going to really have to come down to whether there's going to be a way for Sam to be able to navigate past this Volcarona while still maintaining both of his Pokemon, as we have the terrestrialization from his side of the field being the Water Terror Urshifu.
Yeah, this Urshifu is going to possibly do a lot of damage here with the Mystic Water, Terra Water. Those Surging Strikes, a huge threat to the Volcarona here. That protects itself on the Zacian on the opposite side, on Sam's side. Miraidon here. Volcarona did use the Rage Powder. That's going to be a huge potential problem if those Surging Strikes are coming in. But the Miraidon here, hoping to move first. It goes for the Volt Switch. It hits the Urshifu, and it's a one-hit KO. The Volt Switch taking out that Urshifu. Urshifu is able to do nothing here.
Yeah, and at this scenario, this is sort of what we're talking about. That's why this Choice Scarf is such a cool item on the Miraidon, apologies. It allows you to be able to navigate around usual spots of awkwardness when it comes to certain speed tiers. Obviously, the Urshifu is not a Choice Scarf in of itself, but the damage output of this Miraidon is still at such a high level where sometimes, depending on the matchup, you may not need the choice specs. And yeah, we just see the rotation of terrain setters from Jack's side. You've got the Rillaboom back on the field with Fake Out available. We know that Zacian had its Protect burnt up. It's going to have to go for a double Protect if it wants to be able to forego the focus of the Fiery Dance into that slot. But also from Sam's side, you've got Bleakwind Storm as a really good potential of super effective damage onto both of Jack's Pokemon. Can you A, pick up massive amount of damage, but B, even a critical hit? I think you may well need it to be able to bring yourself back into this game, as the momentum does feel like it's in favor of Jack ever so slightly.
Absolutely. Sam, however, on that Tornadus does have access to Rain Dance, so has potential to set the rain up to get those Bleakwind Storms, but the Fake Out coming in, hit a Tornadus, and a Behemoth Bash into the Rillaboom, and it's enough. Rillaboom does go down to one Behemoth Bash, so Rillaboom has gone from the field, which is the first KO for one of Jack's team, and the Tornadus unable to move, and we see the Volcarona going for the Fiery Dance here. It's going into Zacian, and Zacian is down as well, so that leaves Sam with just a Tornadus on the field, with its only move, only offensive move being that Bleakwind Storm, but without the Rain Dance, without the rain set up, Bleakwind Storm is not 100% accurate and is going to possibly fall victim to this Miraidon, which was super effective. So I think Sam's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we're talking about. Being able to pick up the KOs that you need to better position yourself. And at this point, Jack's just done an amazing job in going ahead, wrapping this up, maintaining the Miraidon as a win condition for late game scenarios. And there you have it. Jack winning this set out 2-1 versus Sam in what has been an incredible matchup between both of our trainers.
Absolutely. Huge congratulations to both players. Both played very, very well. Obviously, massive congratulations to Jack, bringing it home for the Lavender Town Tumbleweeds, and commiserations to Sam for not being able to pick up the win. Obviously, still went to 2-1, went to game 3. But I think that just shows that the amount of information you can learn from just one game that Jack was able to take to lose that game 1 and then be able to go, what do I need to change here? What do I pivot to? Be able to change his gameplay plan entirely to pick up the victories in games 2 and 3 and be able to navigate Sam's team so well. Jack played that very, very excellently. Volcarona again coming in excellent there with that redirection in game 2. Also in game 3 as well, be the Fiery Dance picking up the KO on that Zacian. But also the Lunala was a big component there as well, I think.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think both of our trainers at the point of game 2 going into game 3 obviously identified what Lunala does, especially when it comes to having all of this bountiful amount of support available to its side, and how to better tackle it. But the moment that you are, let's say, for example, a Lunala user, you identify your opponent knows they need to break through that ASAP, you need to do the exact same. You need to be able to match their tempo to be able to put out all of the pressure back onto them, rebound it in essence. And yeah, we just saw Jack was able to do such an incredible job with that, picking up the first win for the Tumbleweeds in the match against Patacakes. Patacakes had been leading, if I'm not mistaken, 4-0. So technically speaking, they've actually already won the week. So huge congrats to the Patacakes, but such a formidable, I would say, win back consolidation set, let's say, from Jack's side, absolutely performing and playing his heart out versus Sam.
Absolutely. Obviously, the picking up the victory for the Lavender Town Tumbleweeds there was huge. It's their first one of the set as well in these matchups. But you know, as long as I keep saying this, as long as the people players are having fun. But that is the important bit. But also, like we said, Jack being able just to pivot completely on a dime to be able to pick up those final victories was just excellent playing. But also to our fellow casters as well, obviously you'll be seeing them again on stream. Don't worry, you'll get to see them in person, listen to their casting abilities. So please send them all some love as and when you see them on stream for their excellently played games today. Caster versus caster, the chances of it happening are very slim, so the fact that it did happen is quite fun for us. So yes, excellently played, but also a big congratulations to everyone who's played so far in these games, because that was our last game together, Costa. We're going to hand things over very, very shortly. How has it been? How did you find it? How have the games been? Are you enjoying this so far?
Mate, they've been ecstatic. I've been having the time of my life that I was not expecting on a casual Sunday evening. So yeah, absolutely ecstatic with what we've actually been able to see, you know, from our trainers. Has been really high competitive matches so far, and in some very crucial sets as well. We've seen a couple of these teams be 2-0, winning their first 2 weeks, going up against teams that, let's say, had 0-2, and still see turnarounds already happening. So there's a lot of competitive play at hand, but obviously the amount of innovation when it comes to the sort of different teams we've been seeing has been fascinating, and something I'm not surprised in encountering with the UK and Ireland communities. So it's been an absolute treat.
Absolutely. Everyone's been playing so well. Huge congratulations to everyone who's been featured on stream so far, whether that was in the last few weeks or these weeks. Everyone's been playing so excellent. We've seen some excellent games coming throughout. But we are going to love you and leave you at this venture. We're going to take a short break for about 5 to 10 minutes, and you're going to be joined by Avi and Worm's Eye as they take it over for us for the second half of casting. I just want to say a big thank you to Costa for being my co-host this evening, and with your plushies as well. Excellently planned
Always.
out.
Thank you. Likewise, Lee, it has been an absolute pleasure. And there may be a bit of a sneak treat in terms of the next 3 sets. We're not going to give much away. We're going to have to see Wormseye and Avi go ahead and Ava take it away. But there could be some sort of treat for everybody that you won't be expecting. But we're going to have to leave that as a cheeky surprise. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second half of our UKITT 2025 Week 3 stream. I'm Avi, joined today by Nigel. How are you doing this evening?
Absolutely fantastic to be here. We've had 3 really explosive, really back and forth games at the moment, and we've got 3 more really good games coming up. The first of which is going to be our wildcard round, and I want to take your minds back really into the past to the sultry areas of VGC 2017. Terrestrialization,
A popular one, to say the
did-
least. I think
Yeah.
this is one of the more enjoyed VGC regulations. I wasn't there. I don't know about you. I only started playing VGC around Regulation F of Scarlet and Violet, but I have been told good things about Sun and Moon era. A lot of weirder picks, to say the least. Especially looking back. Obviously, what was this? 7-8 years ago now. But still, really competitive format. Do you have anything here?
Yeah, so to give some of our players that have joined more recently a bit of an overview. Terrestrialization, but a distant memory. Dynamax wasn't even thought of. The name of the
It's
game
weird.
was Z crystals. Think of them a bit like gems if you're going really way back to 2013. But this was a format
Back to
that,
black and white. Jeez.
yeah, black and white. Think of this. Didn't have any megas this particular year, although they were within Sun and Moon era. But
they were,
Z
weren't
moves,
they?
Z moves, one-time use, and best part of it, if you hit into a protect on the Z move did not do any damage. So important.
No damage.
Plus,
I thought I was under the
damage.
assumption that it went through protects, unless I've been
No,
sorely mistaken.
no.
knows?
They only brought that. Sorry, they only brought that in on the Dynamax era. So, plus
See,
one other thing.
I don't know. I own this game. I am yet to actually play it. I have not played Sun and Moon, and I've owned that since release, so I feel a bit bad about that. But I feel like, I don't know about you, but I don't think we can talk about VGC 17 here on UKIT without our resident dinosaur here. So I'd like to bring back a certain character, Ben Kiriakou. There's the dinosaur.
Oh, yeah.
Are you right, Grandad?
You're right. How's it going?
Ben Kiriakou,
Everyone,
ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
How are we doing this evening?
We are doing well. I've been fed and watered. I've got whatever this is on my head, and I'm ready. I'm ready to go back into the good old days of the video games when we didn't have all of this Dynamax and terrestrialization and crystals and making
back in the golden age.
Pokemon could just do Pokemon things.
Back in my day, didn't have to worry about all this terrestrialization.
Oh, goodness me. Well, in that case, we better get your insight on some of these teams for today's matches. So, how are we feeling about VGC 17?
This is going to be good. This is going to be good, and I'm really excited about the match that we have playing up, because not only is it 2 great players, 2 players that played a lot in the 2017 era, but also 2 players that kind of worked together and did a lot of tournaments together, did a lot of team prep together.
Really?
So we're not talking about just a match that's, hey, you know what, this could be going one way or the other on some decisions and, your run-of-the-mill mind games. This is people that know exactly what the other people will be thinking, how they played the game. There's going to be a lot of mind games going on.
See, that sounds really interesting. From my point of view anyway, I really like a lot of those more mind game oriented strategies. So I think this is going to be a good one. Shall we have a look at our teams then?
Yeah, so let's bring up the first team. So first up, we've got Megan, better known as Xerneas VGC. Megan's, fun fact, has championship points in all of TCG, VGC, and Unite.
Go
playing for the Zero Gate. Yeah. So multi-talented, certainly. They're playing for the Zero Gate got Zoroarks. And team very much in the style of VGC 17, if you were playing back then. Alolan Ninetales, Tapu Fini, Kartana, Snorlax. The Arcanine, Incineroar hadn't learnt to intimidate its opponents yet back in 2017. And Garchomp.
I think I mentioned this to you earlier, but I'm looking at this Garchomp with particular interest because that's a Fire Blast on an attacking set, which sounds really, really strange to me. Obviously, I'm sure it was a strategy back in 17, but looking at this now, it just feels incredibly strange.
Yeah, so the Garchomps specifically with the Fire Blast, most likely to deal with opposing Kartanas. I'm sure Ben can back me up on that.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. It was Kartana in the format was so powerful, and ironically, Garchomp, even though it's a physical attacker, its most powerful fire type coverage move was actually Fire Fang, which is really weak. Has some nice secondary effects, but Fire Fang,
insane.
Big old Garchomp doing some chomping, if you could believe it.
Yeah, with
and Fire Blast. Move. Yeah, exactly. Fire Blast actually doing more damage to Kartana because it's got such a weak spot. And that's the only reason Fire Blast was ever used. Kartana. Really it was funny. That powerful that it was required to be able to deal with it properly.
Wow. That's insane to think about.
And alongside this, the Alolan Ninetales really brought Hail, as it was back in the day, really into a good spot for VGC and made Snow and Hail a viable strategy. And I'm always loving a good Hail or Snow team. You always have to think about Christmas early, and I'm just so looking forward to seeing whether or not this particular Alolan Ninetales very much focusing on two sides of the coin, being somewhat aggressive with the Blizzard and the Freeze Dry, but its main purpose, the Aurora Veil, giving what is essentially a very aggressive team the ability to have just a bit more of a defensive bulk. And the Encore, we've seen it in Regulation I, it is such a useful move, and being able to lock a target into a move for multiple turns can really make the difference in these games.
Well, let's hope that Christmas does come early for Megan here as we have a look at her opponent today, which is going to be Shiny Caterpie.
Yeah, Shiny Caterpie was...
Sorry, Ben.
Go on, Nudge.
Yeah, so I've had the pleasure of playing Shiny Caterpie back in the VGC 2017 era. Very much a strong opponent and always such a brilliant tactician. And I think we see that with the team that she's brought here today. So with the Drifblim, Tapu Lele, Nihilego, Buzzwole, another Arcanine and another Snorlax to round out the team.
Yeah, this is definitely a really cool team, right? It's doing lots of fun things, and the Unburden boost with the Psychic Seed going off. You've got then Trick Room with a Focus Sash Nihilego to be able to keep the speed orders in your favor, really help out the Snorlax. You've got this Electrium Z Wild Charge, which is going to turn into Gigavolt Havoc. That's a really, really powerful Z move. But also unexpected, and something that came up in the first set of games, if you've just joined us recently, we're going back to a format where this was closed team sheets. And because of that, things like Electrium Z on Arcanine can really, really catch your opponent off guard. You've got an Arcanine, they've got a Tapu Fini, a bulky water-type Pokemon. They're feeling pretty confident they can go for a Carmine, they can do something else. And or maybe just go for a Muddy Water. Pop, Electrium Z Wild Charge, no more Finny, Arcanine feeling really good about its life, and really, really something that can turn the tables on a match.
that's the kind of the goal for them here, especially considering that we saw Megan actually running the Firium Z on Arcanine, which is kind of the battle. Which Z Crystal is better for Arcanine here? You'd like to think it is going to be that Electrium Z, looking at this Tapu Fini matchup. And then closing out, we actually do have the Tapu Lele coming through for the Shiny Caterpie. Who's going to be the data Tapu here, though? I don't know.
Well,
it's definitely going to be tough, isn't it, for Tapu Lele to keep its psychic terrain against the Tapu Fini? But hey, maybe that's part of Shiny Caterpie's strategy. Bring it in the late game, give it a little bit of a shot for being able to utilize that life orb. There is actually one change. This is the same archetype, and credit to Nigel for finding this, actually, and I'm stealing a little bit of your thunder here, Nigel. But this was a very similar archetype to what Shiny Caterpie won the Birmingham Regionals with back in 2017. And there is a couple of little change-ups here, I think, from what they used back then, which is worth pointing out that Tapu Lele did actually have Taunt on the original team. And there's clearly been a couple of little change-ups based on the matchup that they're playing, knowing who they're playing against, which I think is really cool.
One final thing I want to draw attention to, though, is Shiny Caterpie actually has two modes of speed control. We've mentioned earlier that the Drifloon with Unburden has the Tailwind option, but we also need to acknowledge that the Nihiligo also has a Trip Rope, whereas Megan's team doesn't have any proper method of speed control as such. That will be very interesting to see, especially in game one, where the Shiny Caterpie elects to go for the Tailwind option or the Trick Room option, based on the information that she has to know whether or not it makes the most sense against Megan's team. So that is something that we'll have to look out for in the first game. And with these closed team sheets, it's going to be really important to get this information early on and be able to apply it in the subsequent games. I think we're ready to go into the first game.
We are indeed going to get things kicked off with Zero Gate Zoroark and Megan facing off against Shiny Caterpie and Los Populous Hermanos.
This is really cool to see how this is going on. This is a nice little blast from the past. Here we go. We're getting our leads ready on the board. We got Tapu Fini and Ninetales for Megan, and Arcanine and Tapu Lele coming out for Shiny Caterpie. And immediately, right off the bat, just after this Psychic Terrain goes off, here it is. The Misty Terrain will be on the field. So Tapu Lele's not going to be getting any boost to its Psychic type moves. And old Top Fin there is going to be feeling pretty confident, I think, for Megan to be able to start going on the offensive. Maybe not expecting, or maybe expecting to see that Electrium Z Wild Charge coming out from the Arcanine. Now, one of the things that we didn't mention on Megan's team in particular depth is that Hydro Pump that the Tapu Fini has to offer. And depending on how this Tapu Fini is trained, it could be able to pick up a knockout on this Arcanine in one hit. And so if Megan's able to maneuver the Tapu Fini, maybe not this turn, but in a future turn, to be able to land that Hydro Pump on the Arcanine after it's wasted its Electrium Z Wild Charge, then it may have a really good opportunity to put some sort of reverse offensive pressure back on Shiny Caterpie's side.
The Tapu Fini may even be able to survive the Electrium Z Wild Charge. We saw that the Enolan Ninetales was fastest in the speed order, so an Aurora Veil turn 1 could give enough defenses for the Tapu Fini to survive that attack and get that Hydro Pump off onto the Arcanine. Let's go into the first turn then.
Yeah, you called it out immediately, though. The Aurora Veil going to pop through. Lele does try and go for a Psychic, and there you go. We called it earlier. The Gigavolt Havoc coming straight out from this Arcanine. Picks up a one-hit KO. onto the Tapu Fini, immediately shutting down so much pressure from Xerneas VGC.
Yeah, this is a real difficult position for Megan to be in here. Bringing in the Garchomp, no surprise there. It's going to be faster than the Tapu Lele, faster than the Arcanine, can put some pressure on. But it has got one crucial thing that it's going to struggle with in this turn, and that's that it is carrying a Choice Scarf. So Megan's going to have to decide on what move to lock into, whether it's Poison Jab to go to try to knock out the Tapu Lele, deal with the Arcanine a little bit later, but also then let the Arcanine maybe go for a Flare Blitz onto Ninetales. This is back in the day where being in hail or snow condition didn't boost Ice type's defenses, and so it probably would go down to its Focus Sash and open it up to an extreme speed later. But there is that difficult mind game here, especially when both of Shiny Caterpie's Pokemon can protect themselves and see whatever this Garchomp wants to lock itself into.
Got to consider that the Garchomp in this position may just want to go for the Rock Slide. The flinch opportunity would allow Megan to have some degree of potentially a turn that Shiny Caterpie doesn't get to be able to move with opposing Pokemon. And that could be really significant. We know that the Garchomp's going to be fast. It's just whether a case of, do you want to risk the Arcanine taking significant damage in exchange for that Flare Blitz into the Ninetales?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have to be a gamble, as we're going to see what plays out here. Arcanine is going to get swapped out, wanting to save that Intimidate for later. Lele's going to go opt for that Protect. And there you go, calls out the Rock Slide, but misses onto the Snorlax. Blizzard will get popped. Doesn't find much, though, onto the Snorlax, so specially bulky. And that's just going to be a clean switch turn for Shiny Caterpie. No pressure, no threat.
And this Arcanine looks like it's going to be able to come in again this turn for Shiny Caterpie. Snorlax taking a little bit of damage, but one of the other changes going back to VG17 is that we called them Super Berries back in the day. Figgy Berry, Papa Berry, etc. healed 50% hit points instead of just 33%. And what that means is this Snorlax takes a little bit more damage. It's going to be going right back up pretty much to full HP. And Snorlax has the opportunity to use Recycle as well to get that berry back. It was such a menace in this format for that very reason. And if Shiny Caterpie is able to get maybe a little bit of a boost going on with the Snorlax getting a curse up, getting those recycles, it could turn that Snorlax from a Pokemon that's maybe able to be whittled down to a Pokemon that's almost impossible to KO.
I do feel like even on Megan's side, though, the need to switch at the moment isn't quite as strong as maybe it has been in previous turns. They still have the speed advantage with the Garchomp and the Alolan Ninetales into the two opposing Pokemon. So I can quite easily see Rock Slide and Blizzard coming out with relatively minimal impact. And we know that Blizzard won't be able to freeze either target because we're in the Misty Terrain. That being said, Tapu Lele could potentially be able to get a decent Moonblast off onto the Garchomp, assuming no flinches.
That's the real threat this Tapu Lele has. It is in a safe position, healthy. See how Shiny Caterpie chooses to play this one out. Just going to go for a straight swap onto that Arcanine and get an Intimidate down onto this Garchomp. Does take a bit of damage off of this Rock Slide. So much damage already coming down. Does get a curse off though. Its Encore fails. We're just going to see a very slow turn for Shiny Caterpie, but it gets them set up in a really advantageous position here.
And this is something that we didn't really talk about too much in the last turn, and maybe was a bigger deal than we gave it credit for, is that Encore pressure that Ninetales is putting on, where, the Tapu Lele protected itself before. If it gets Encored into Protect, well, it's not going to be able to get a Moonblast or a Psychic off onto Megan's side of the field. Instead, it's just going to be sat there on the field protecting itself, and that's great until all of your partners get knocked out. And so, yeah, I think this encore pressure, especially after the curse now that it's been revealed on Megan's side, Shiny Caterpie's probably going to have to be thinking about exactly how they're going to adjust to this, because having just pressed curse on the Snorlax and the Snorlax not being able to protect itself while the Arcanine tries to deal with this Ninetales, Shiny Caterpie's, if they allow the Snorlax to stay in and don't switch it out, they're going to have to be happy with potentially the Snorlax just clicking curse for the next 3 turns.
Yeah, and I think actually if the Alolan Ninetales encores the Snorlax, it's not necessarily the worst case scenario to keep the Snorlax locked into play. And we saw that the Garchomp, even at -1, did about a third to the Arcanine. And again, flinches are still a possibility. That said, Ninetales could switch out for one of the remaining Pokemon in the back for Megan. Again, it's really up in the air. I feel like the Garchomp still isn't really threatened at this stage. The Ninetales a little bit more insecure with the Arcanine back onto the field, though.
Yeah, this Arcanine has forced it into a stranger position. Have to see, where does Megan go from here? Obviously threatened a little bit by that Arcanine. Just going to opt to swap out into its own Arcanine. And then the immediate swap again from the Snorlax as the Flare Blitz going to come through straight onto the Alolan Ninetales. Doesn't take it down to its Focus Sash. This Aurora Veil providing so much bulk. And that attack drop as well from Arcanine's Intimidate keeps it alive for now and sets up Megan coming into this next turn.
There's 2 things going on here, though, that's really cool. So, first off, props to Shiny Caterpie. Sees the Encore the first time, plays around it with the Tapu Lele, plays around the threat of it being there, and then says, actually, no, I'm not going to play this game whatsoever, brings in the Tapu Lele. But that's done 2 things. It's put some offensive pressure onto this Arcanine that Megan's brought in, but it's also blocked both Arcanines from being able to extreme speed each other and go for priority moves. And now with Affinity not being able to be brought out and change away from the psychic terrain, that Ninetales is actually going to get quite a lot of work done here, just putting on those last little bits of pressure. And that Arcanine on Shiny Caterpie's side is getting a little bit low, and without one of our resident Super Berries to be able to heal it up, this Ninetales could actually finish the job.
It really depends how they're trained in their overall speed. If Megan's Arcanine gets the first attack off into Shiny Caterpie's, the Ninetales could conceivably continue to ravage Shiny Caterpie's side of the board. And again, the Aurora Veil doing so much work here. As we said, that is an offensive Arcanine that has not been able to take down the Alolan Ninetales with a Flare Blitz. That is practically insane. I do think, though, this turn could be pivotal.
No, 100%. You have to be concerned. Extreme Speed is going to get locked, but the Psychic Terrain, Shiny Caterpie blocked by their own play. Doesn't get much with the Blizzard, but the counter Flare Blitz, it survives that Psychic just about. And they're going to trade out. They've both lost their Tapus. It's so close it coming into this 5th turn.
Yeah, it's now that Arcanine not quite being able to get something done, I think it would have maybe been a little bit preferable to get another Flare Blitz onto this Ninetales, shut it down so that the Snorlax can do what it does best. But what I quite like about Megan's position now is that Fire EMZ on Arcanine is still active, and with Snorlax so low, and with Arcanine on Shiny Caterpie's side of the field in play, i.e. not able to use its Intimidate ability, there's a lot of pressure on Shiny Caterpie's side. Just a straightforward freeze drive from the Ninetales to knock out the Arcanine, Fire EMZ, Inferno Overdrive as it turns into onto the Snorlax. This could be a double KO. And I don't know what, looking at the Pokemon that Shiny Caterpie has in the back, nothing really wants to take that combination of attacks.
I definitely think a double KO is on the horizon. that Inferno Overdrive will be a base 190 hour move. So whatever's going to take that is going to take that with a lot of sting.
Absolutely is. It's such a threatening position. Megan has put themselves in such a strong spot. Is there any answer for Shiny Caterpie? The Encore coming through onto extreme speed saves it. Huh? That's a weird interaction. I've never seen that before, but the Inferno Overdrive does actually come through, pops the Snorlax immediately, and then swaps straight back into that Buzzwole finally.
Right, okay, interaction. Yeah, I do have an answer for that. Yeah. Right, so Encore is a weird move. So you can Encore a Pokemon into a priority move, and then if it locks into a non-priority move, but gets encored into the previous priority move, the move is used at the priority level that it was that the move that got locked into was at.
Yes, so I experienced that with Trick Room the other day.
Right, yeah, Trick Room's a perfect example of this. So the extreme speed had the same priority as presumably Flare Blitz that Shiny Caterpie had locked into, and therefore because it had been encored into extreme speed afterwards. So now the extreme speed will be a priority move and be blocked by the Psychic Terrain, but just for that one turn, it got turned into a normal move.
Thank you, Scientist Ben.
That inadvertently put Megan down one Pokemon that realistically they didn't have to be. And with the Buzzwole coming out, I don't think Megan has enough firepower to now get through the remainder of this Buzzwole. We know that
you talk about firepower.
This is a Buzzwole.
Can we talk about firepower though? The Fire Blast, is it?
Oh, what do you reckon? Could be time for a Fire Blast.
Flare Blitz Fire Blast? Question mark? Question mark?
That sure would do it. Does have Protect though, so could be in a bit of an awkward spot. This Buzzwole could save itself though. We'll have to see what Shiny Caterpie opts to do here. Extreme Speed's gonna fail with that Psychic Terrain. Is the Rock Slide gonna come through? Praying for flinches here. The Flare Blitz just going to do super effective damage, takes it down to 5%,
is this an Ice Punch, though?
And it does get the flinch. That is huge play coming through.
Rock Slide is not fully accurate. We can see a 0-0
here. Rock Slide is not fully accurate. Come on,
we can see a 0-0 here.
Come on. Hey.
Hey.
Oh my god, that flinch perfectly timed. You could see the Ice Punch getting ready for a one-hit knockout on that Garchomp, but just about keeping itself safe. That's incredibly lucky.
Honestly, that game was a roller coaster of emotions again.
Had to get Scientist Ben out to explain how priority works.
Honestly,
oh god,
I think that Encore potentially actually swung the match back into Shiny Caterpie's favour, just because of the interaction of Encore with Extreme Speed picking Flare Blitz.
Absolutely.
I think if that Ninetales had just gone for the Freeze Dry, as Ben had stated, the Arcanine would not be a problem. And as we saw, the Inferno Overdrive picked up the Snorlax. That would have just left one Buzzwole to play against 3 remaining Pokemon.
Tried to make the advanced play. Doesn't work out though. Can't always rely on these things, can you?
I think there was just a little bit of a chat window of the game going up there, and I just noticed 3 O's that came out from Shiny Caterpie after that turn, and I think this is something that we don't see too often, really. Psychic Terrain is not so much of a thing with Encore in play, and just that specific scenario doesn't really happen too often. I think they were both a little bit surprised. But Shiny Caterpie did a great job of taking advantage of that and then playing the end game to their favour.
No, 100%. It's going to have to come down to how can Megan really adapt from that, because I think she does have the resources, but Shiny Caterpie still in a really good spot.
It's a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup.
So if we're looking at Megan's team, do you potentially drop one of the Pokemon that they brought? Because I'm looking at the Katana and I'm thinking that's potentially got a decent matchup into the Lele with the Smart Strike. Nihiligo will also be threatened, and it will do decent damage to a Snorlax if it's in the back. The only real threats it's going to deal with is the Arcanine.
Yeah,
And
and as we've kind of seen, it's not as much of a threat.
I don't mind the Kartana. To be honest, I'm a bit biased. I love Kartana, and also I just want to see it Choice Band Giga Impact something.
That would be fun.
I don't mind if it KOs as well. It could be the Drift Balloon for all I care. It's like I just want to see the Giga Impact.
You just want to see it happen. I think that's more important.
Some people just want to watch the world go Giga.
I would agree. So we're going to get things kicked off coming into game number 2.
All right.
See, is there any opportunity for a counterplay from Shiny Caterpie? See what they try and do here.
All right, here we go. Let's get these leads going.
Yeah,
game
same
2.
Lead again, coming with the Alolan Ninetales and Tapu Fini. Again, the Arcanine Tapu Lele. We've seen this exact lead from both before. See if they can expect the play coming through a second time, though.
Yeah, this is where it gets hard, because I think it's you can just go for the same moves time and time again into your opponent. Maybe there's an opportunity for the Z Wild Charge to go into the Tapu Fini. Maybe the Tapu Lele wants to actually break that Focus Sash on the Ninetales really early in this game. Maybe go for a Dazzling Gleam rather than a Moonblast turn 1. Break the Focus Sash on the Ninetales, put the Tapu Fini into range of a Gigavolt Havoc. Then Shiny Caterpie sort of runs away with things. But if Megan sees through that, goes for a Protect, maybe gets some Blizzard pressure to start tackling the HP bar of the Tapu Lele, even just switching straight into the Arcanine here could be a really nice consistent play for Megan. So there's a lot of mind games going on here about how this game 2 starts off.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of insanity is it doing the same thing and expecting a completely different outcome, and we could see that. Honestly, I could imagine that Shiny Caterpie could double target into the Alolan Ninetales this turn. We know certainly that it doesn't have Protect. Now, Shiny Caterpie hasn't seen that all-important fourth move of Freeze Drive. So, do they bank on it? Do they bank on it having Protect, or do they bank on it having some other method of coverage is the key thing. I think there's a double target into that Alolan Ninetales.
It is the gamble you have to take sometimes. Is there a play here for Shiny Caterpie? See what goes here. Just going to, again, Protect and come through, expecting that Gigavolt Havoc. Psychic going to come through, though. The Aurora Veil gets set up immediately. And the Flare Blitz double up coming through onto the Alolan Ninetales. That's a quick early KO coming through for Shiny Caterpie to take an early advantage.
Big deal. Big deal there in this match. Ninetales going down. It did so much work in the last game. Yes, it managed to get up its Aurora Veil, and you can definitely argue that Ninetales' job is to get up Aurora Veil, and if it goes down, you get something more capable of being on the offensive in to take its place, and you put some pressure in. In this case, it's the Garchomp. But I think, especially with the Snorlax that didn't get the opportunity to do too much in the last game for Shiny Caterpie, this tactic is actually really strong. Knock out the Encore Pokemon, knock out the Pokemon that gives Aurora Veil, so eventually that it'll go away, and then get the Snorlax into a position where it can go for a couple of curses, bonk, start hitting things with return and high horsepower.
We also know Megan's just protected on the Tapu Fini, and we know that a double up from the Lele and the Arcanine with Psychic and Electrium Z Wild Charge will knock out that Tapu Fini. It all depends on whether this Garchomp locks into something either like a Rock Slide to try and get those all-important flinches, or looks to target in another method, such as the poison jab onto the Lele. Even then, I think that's going to be a close call on whether it gets a knockout.
No, you're 100% right. Can Flinch the Garchomp get the all-important flinch here with that Rock Slide? That's going to be the play here. But the Shiny Caterpie just going to opt, keep the Arcanine safe, protect the Tapu Lele. Again, Rock Slide coming through onto the Snorlax, but a Hydro Pump connection does get that all-important critical hit. It's going to immediately chomp down on that Figgy Berry, takes it all the way back up. And this is still a really safe position for Shiny Caterpie to take this further.
I think the question here is whether or not Shiny Caterpie's caught wind of that Garchomp being a Choice Scarf yet and figured out that that's what the set is. It hasn't obviously changed moves because it's not able to do that holding the Choice Scarf. But if that's the case, then I think Shiny Caterpie is probably quite happy in this position to just hit the recycle button until a Hydro Pump doesn't connect with the Snorlax, get all that HP back, make sure the Snorlax is in a nice safe position. And I think it really is the route to victory. Tapu Lele, great Pokemon. Depends on what the Pokemon is in the back, though. I think that's the real key for Megan. If it is that Arcanine, then Shiny Caterpie is going to be wanting to keep the Tapu Lele around and healthy to be able to deal with that nice and quickly with a little bit of a Life Orb Psychic. But if it's maybe that Snorlax or the Kartana, well, the Tapu Lele's kind of done its job already. So these are the sort of mind games that these trainers are going to be trying to figure out. And of course, we've got to ask the question every turn. Flinch? Question mark?
Flinch?
Yeah. In terms of the knowing whether the Garchomp has stuff, I believe in the first game there was periods where the Ninetales and the Garchomp were on the field at the same time and attacking. So by that, it would infer that the Garchomp is scarfed.
Yeah.
Gotta keep an eye out for these sorts of things, don't you? See if what you can really decipher. That's kind of how you have to play this. See what they opt to do. The Rock Slide going to come through from Flinch the Garchomp, but the Moonblast going to take it straight down. Won't find that important one-hit KO. But the Muddy Water, looking for so much damage, won't be able to find it. No accuracy drops. So that Figgy Berry is just going to get recycled, but the Hail actually finding a double KO onto the Garchomp and Tapu Fini. As both Arcanines are going to get swapped in for a double Intimidate down. That was a mess.
It's. Do you know what? No, that was pretty cool. And also, I've got to say it. I'd forgotten how bad it feels when you whittle the Pokemon with a Super Berry down, and then it gets its Super Berry, and then it's almost at full HP again, and you're just like, I've worked so hard for this. And especially when the Hail takes it over. Not that that was the case. It's a special kind of feeling. But hey, look, I mean, that Snorlax is not going down anytime soon unless we get some critical hits. Maybe the Inferno Overdrive could have done it without any Intimidates coming down onto it from Shiny Caterpie's side. But of course, important to note that Shiny Caterpie has another Pokemon in the back. And so Megan's Tapu Fini and the Arcanine, being the last two Pokemon on Megan's side, will be kept with their respective stat drops for the rest of the game, and that's really important for this Arcanine. If it can't find enough gas in the tank to be able to power up that Inferno Overdrive and be able to knock out the Snorlax, could be a really dicey one for Megan.
Two key things that I've spotted here. Shiny Caterpie's Arcanine got the Intimidate off first. Could imply that it is the speedier of the two. And with that additional Pokemon advantage that Shiny Caterpies has, the Arcanine can cycle out and get a further Intimidate onto the Arcanine if it so wished. The Snorlax has the opportunity to curse and continue its recycle. And judging from the damage, I don't think Tapu Fini has enough in the tank to break the cycle Snorlax can do. Admittedly, crits could be a factor. I believe that Hydro, one of the moves into it, was critical hit. So it could be with repeated hits. Yeah, with repeated hits and the Arcanine going for an Inferno Overdrive, if it's a double up and it gets to just within the right range, that Snorlax could also be knocked out.
Yeah, just highlighting it did take so much from that critical hit. How much is it going to take from a normal hit, though? That's the question we have to ask. Is Caterpie just going to opt to protect it? Likewise, with the Tapu Fini, as the Inferno Overdrive going to go straight into the Snorlax for a critical hit. And that's just immediate damage for Megan. And there's nothing that Shiny Caterpie can do in that situation. You've just lost your Snorlax to a crit Inferno Overdrive.
Do you know what though? It's unfortunate for Shiny Caterpie for sure, but this game ain't over, and I'm wondering. The real key here is whether one Intimidate drop plus the Aurora Veil being on its last turn. Important to note. This is the last opportunity for Aurora Veil to come into play, and without it, I don't think it. I think the Aurora Veil is needed for that Tapu Fini to have a chance of surviving the Gigavolt Havoc from Arcanine. And if that's the case, if a Moonblast and a Flare Blitz goes down into this Buzzwole and knocks it out, then you've got the Arcanines just sort of, having a little bit of a play fight in the back garden as to who's going to be able to take this game, because they're both sitting, Shiny Caterpie's sitting a little bit lower than Megan's, and it might be the difference that makes this game.
Worth noting, though, that Buzzwole and Arcanine on Shiny Caterpie's side both have Z crystals. Buzzwole is holding the Titanium Z. That will do significant damage to the Arcanine, especially once the Aurora Veil is down. That could be a potential avenue. However, it's very likely that Megan's Arcanine is going to be faster than that Buzzwole. It's just a case of how you see the matchup. This could be a very pivotal turn, depending on who protects. I could see the Buzzwole protecting just to maintain the 2v2 situation for Shiny Caterpie's side, wanting to get through the Aurora Veil turn and the Hail turns as well. But there's barely anything to break these two apart at the moment.
100%, especially considering that Tapu Fini does have one of those super berries we mentioned earlier. Is in a really good spot. Buzzwole does go for that protect, as you called earlier. Tapu Fini actually going for a double protect here, expecting it to come out with a Gigavolt Havoc, which is exactly what happens. But that Intimidate drop, keeping it alive for now in combination with this Aurora Veil. Tapu Fini's going to be able to live to see another day.
Oh.
That's
and also
defensive plays coming out.
There's something quite significant here, and I had to squint to see this, but the Tapu Fini took that hit on 27%. And if it got down to 25%, that Super Berry would have activated and got it right back up.
Yeah, it would have.
To high HP. So
risky now, isn't it?
Well, the Wild Charge now, especially with the Aurora Veil gone, is probably able to knock out that Tapu Fini. It's just whether this Buzzwole or not is going to start going on the offensive with superpowers, or maybe try to play a little bit defensively, so to speak, not get those defense drops, and instead just go in with the poison jabs early and then try and get a superpower off to finish the game. It all come down to how much a -1 Arcanine Flare Blitz will do to this Buzzwole. And I don't know. I've got a memory that I think it probably does more than 50%, but we'll have to see when we get into it.
I'm almost sure it does more than 50%. Something else to note, the Hail also ended this turn. So that also stopped the Fini from dropping below that crucial 25% threshold. But we also know that the Fini can protect next turn. So I reckon this is an opportune moment for Shiny Caterpie to target down the Arcanine with a double up. Whether or not you go for the superpower straight away, or you just play for a poison jab, I think it's debatable at this point. But superpower plus extreme speed maybe could get quite
maybe a
close,
wild
I would
charge. Yeah,
imagine.
it's going to be close either way, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, this Buzzwell's so physically tanky. Is there any opportunity as this Aurora Veil drops? No, the wild charge is going to go straight into the Tapu Fini. Caterpie not wanting to waste any opportunities taking care of that Tapu. And it's going to be a quick pick. Flare Blitz does just over half to this Buzzwell. Doesn't even matter, because Megan's forced herself into a really awkward position, and Caterpie has this dead to rights.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah, I think let's see the rest of the turn. Here's the wild charge coming into the Arcanine. It's not enough to pick up the KO. The recoil doesn't hit. Poison jab.
So clean from Shiny Caterpie. There wasn't really any answer from Megan to even make anything happen. Just pure control and then domination for a clean Game 2 finish.
That was nice. That was nice.
Mm.
I really think that Game 2 all came down to turn 1.
Absolutely.
Right? That knocking out the Ninetales turn 1 put Megan so far on the back foot, not just in losing a Pokemon, losing the resources, but also I think losing the ability to switch quite early in the match really stopped them from being able to pivot away and find a nicer solution for their Arcanine to be sitting in there. And yeah, okay, they got the critical hit. Megan got the critical hit on the Snorlax to keep themselves in the match, but I don't think Shiny Caterpie was phased by that at all. I think that's a real testament to how good they are as a player.
Absolutely with you there.
Yeah, that first turn really set the tone for the remainder of the game. And again, I think Megan certainly puts forward that they believe to be taking the same route as game 1 would lead to a more prosperous outcome with the protect on the Tapu Fini. Shiny Caterpie's read that like a book, and that really just swung momentum straight into their favor, and it was just a beautiful turn 1. Game 3, though, always a difficult one to judge, and now that they will have more information on the books about what each of the Pokemon can do, now they've basically seen the same 4. Is this time now for the switch up?
Yeah, you'd argue that you almost have to try and make a switch here if you want to overcome this hill, because we've seen it has been difficult for both sides to really take any ground here. It's been it's been a scramble the whole time. There hasn't been a definitive, this player's been better, this player's been better. It's been really messy, but also incredibly well thought out. So hopefully they have to try and find some kind of crazy play or adaptation coming into game number 3.
I want to see Shiny Caterpies use Drifblim. One specific
You just want to see the
reason.
Drifblim. I want to see the Drifblim. That'd be cool.
Sunny day.
I want to see the Giga Impact into the Drifblim.
We need to see the Kartana. We need to see the Kartana. It'd be really funny.
All right. Shall we?
The sunny day.
Shall we?
The sunny
I believe
day.
we shall.
I believe.
Oh!
I was about to say, I don't know if you could see that, but we saw it. There's the Kartana.
We have now seen a Kartana.
We have seen a Kartana. That counts.
Satisfied.
But there you go. We see the Drifblim coming out turn 1. Immediately going to pop that Unburden, but slightly different lead as well. The Snorlax going to come through as opposed to this Arcanine. Megan obviously expecting to see this Drifblim potentially, or just not willing to get the Intimidate down early.
Sunny day. That's all I'm going to say. Sunny day. It's got to happen. Cannot let this Ninetales get Aurora Veil.
Do you know what? I agree. No, I do agree with you, Nigel. I think the ability for the Drifblim to stop the Aurora Veil is really, really strong in this situation. But also, and I'm just going to throw the question out here, is it more important than burning the Snorlax?
I think Snorlax can tank it.
It's a good question. That is a good question.
I think it's a difficult call, right? Because getting a Will-O-Wisp on the Snorlax early would be really, really detrimental and slow it down. Both of these Snorlaxes on both players' teams are Curse instead of Belly Drum. And so they take a lot of time to set up. And so that burn actually could just make it make the Snorlax really not threatening whatsoever for quite a lot of the match. So you have a bit more time to deal with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, if you get the Sunny Day off, I still think you have the opportunity in subsequent turns to threaten with that Will-O-Wisp. Now, Shiny Caterpies hasn't shown the Driftlings. I'm sure Megan can infer some of the set will probably have Tailwind, and almost certainly will have Will-O-Wisp. I think the Sunny Day is more important this turn to stop any Aurora Bell, to just give the Snorlax that extra bit of defensive ability to tank hits further. I think that's critical for me.
Let's see.
Definitely have to keep an eye out for it. See what they opt to go for, though. The Sunny Day going to come out immediately, though, as the Aurora Veil going to fail. Not expecting it to come down as the Psychics. Just going to drop it immediately down to its Focus Sash. Tapu Lele, so much damage coming through thanks to that Psychic Terrain and Life Orb. Do see a Curse going to come through for the Snorlax, though. Getting itself set up, going to put itself in a really good position going forwards.
Yes, it's a nice way to block the Aurora Veil, and I think it does set up Shiny Caterpie's board pretty well in this spot. I'm just worried about the Sunny Day, thinking about it further ahead as to when the Arcanine is a Pokemon, it's not an ability. The Arcanine comes in with that Inferno Overdrive in the sun and has the opportunity to really go on the offensive and take some key knockouts. It would guarantee the KO on the Buzzwole. It guarantees the KO with Inferno Overdrive, I think, on the Snorlax on Shiny Caterpie's side. So, it's a trade. It's definitely a trade-off here, but at least Shiny Caterpie has made the right call in this spot. That Sunny Day, on the same turn that Megan has decided to go for that Aurora Veil and managed to block that rather than taking a freeze dry for their troubles.
Yeah, and again, on Megan's side now, do you try to preserve the Alolan Ninetales Spring, the tail back into play at a later date? Probably not at this point. I think it would serve better purpose if it was to feint potentially this turn. The Tapu Lele, I feel like, should be going on the offensive here with a Dazzling Gleam to stop any potential Garchomp switching, which I feel could be a potential option here. And the Drifblim, I think, is fairly safe to just Will-O-Wisp into the Snorlax, slow down its person advance, and from there, I think Shiny Caterpie has the advantage here. It's just whether or not they can build on this advantage.
No, 100%. It's going to have to be a real gamble because this Snorlax is in a good position. Does it have the survivability and damage? Tapu Fini will get swapped in immediately. Going to tank a Shadow Ball. Won't do too much. Psychic gonna go straight into the Snorlax, though. Wild Charge gonna come out from the Snorlax. Does not find the KO onto this Drifblim. So incredibly tanky. It will manage to pop its own Ayapapa Berry thanks to the recoil off of that Wild Charge.
So I tell you what, say that 6 times in a row. Ayapapa
Berry.
That's that's one of the tongue twisters as far as those super berries go, isn't it? Yeah, really powerful here. The ability for Tapu Fini to come in later, block that Will-O-Wisp, and allow that Snorlax to really get going with things. The choice of Wild Charge here. This is absolutely an adaptation. We haven't talked about it too much. Absolutely an adaptation that Megan has made to play up against Shiny Caterpie, knowing that Drifblim is potentially one of the Pokemon that they were going to be running this time round. The usual set for Snorlax is what Shiny Caterpie's running with that return and high horsepower, which wouldn't be able to hit the Drifblim whatsoever. So I really like that adaptation here coming out from Megan.
I didn't pay enough credit for the Tapu Fini to potentially be in the back, and had that happen, the Will-O-Wisp will have just fizzled out, and realistically, Megan plays that turn 2 blindingly well. Granted, I do think it's potentially likely that Snorlax may have to recycle this turn just to maintain the berry. However, it is relatively healthy thanks to the Aya Berry proccing after the Wild Charge recoil, and it now does put Megan in a much better position. The Sun being up will weaken the water-type moves of the Tapu Fini, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. There's still the opportunity for Moonblast. That's still going to do decent damage, and the Snorlax is now a much bigger threat for Shiny Caterpie to deal with. I imagine that the Snorlax could start to sweep this game on a big scale.
Yeah, absolutely something to keep an eye on here. It's already set up with a +1 to its attack stat. Shadow Ball going to go straight into the Tapu Fini. No swap's going to come through. Psychic will go into the Snorlax, trying to find a pick there. So Moonblast will be able to find that pick onto the Drifblim. As I said, it's going to be able to recycle that Aya Berry. Keeping it safe, keeping it up. Going to be able to take that advantage even further coming into the late game. The attack drop's going to come through from this Arcanine. Does put Megan on the back foot slightly, but still, set up with a Snorlax early, can still take this home later.
But especially since the recycle came out there onto the Snorlax, got that berry back. Now, if there's a double up from Shiny Caterpie into that Snorlax, the first attack is going to activate the berry, restore 50% of the HP that it's got, and then the Arcanine's Flare Blitz, well, it's in Sun, which gives it a bit of a boost, but the Snorlax has got a defense boost, so it's effectively like a normal Flare Blitz in this situation. And I'm not convinced, I don't know if you think differently, Nigel, but the Flare Blitz would be enough to pick it up, even from this range, if not after what the Super Berry recovers it to.
Would be close. I think Megan's best option here might be to switch out the Finny back into the Alolan Ninetales to reset the weather. Yeah. So actually saving that Alolan Ninetales could prove quite pivotal here.
It's going to be difficult because obviously it is in a position to swap it back in. There you go, we will be able to see that. Just going to swap out that Tapu Fini, looking for another Psychic into the Snorlax, but Aya Berry gonna get popped back immediately. The Gigavolt Havoc, though, really smart switch coming through from Megan. Just gonna take it straight with that Ninetales. And Snorlax is able to get a second curse off, does manage to take it to +2 defense, but is in a good spot. And we've just made Ben's day as the Kartana is gonna be swapped in.
Here it is. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to go down pretty quickly, unfortunately, from this position.
Probably.
Do you know what? Like, fair enough. I saw it. I'm happy. I can go to bed with a smile on my face now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the Kartana is going to be putting a lot of pressure onto the Tapu Lele, which is the main threat now for this Snorlax. The Psychics are doing 35%. If the Tapu Lele gets to switch out and switch back in, reset that Psychic terrain, then they're going to be able to put a little bit more damage, put a little bit more pressure onto this Snorlax, but they're certainly not going to be able to do it this turn. And I think the Kartana does have an opportunity, and I've seen the Kartana. I can go to bed happy, but I would go to bed with a massive grin on my face if a Giga Impact came in here and was able to knock out the Arcanine in one. No Intimidates on the field. No modifiers. We've got a Choice Band, Giga Impact Kartana. Fingers crossed is all I'm saying.
I think, and I would love to see this follow through. Giga Impact into Arcanine, anybody? I'm pretty sure that will be very close to picking up the knockout. I think the Snorlax is in a position where now the Tapu Lele is going to be well within range of the return. With the defense boost, the Arcanine certainly isn't going to threaten it, and I don't think Tapu Lele has the firepower in it, even with a double up, to get the Snorlax down. This does leave the Kartana relatively free to take an attack. Giga Impact will mean that if it does connect onto its target, it will be forced to have to not move next turn, but I think that's a fair trade-off given what we see in the back, and Megan still has the opportunity to switch and has the Tapu Fini in the back, which could probably handle the Buzzwole and the Nihilego relatively well. The Snorlax could be a bit difficult, but their Snorlax is set up, ready to go.
It is, but this Kartana is in a bit of a risky position, but can find a KO here. The Giga Impact just going to go straight onto the Arcanine for an easy KO.
Yes!
The Recycle brings back that Ayababa Berry. Buzzwole coming in, resetting that terrain, going to go for Psychic Terrain, but we saw the Giga Impact. That's made effort. That's fantastic.
Nigel, you take this one, mate. I'm just gonna sit here grinning for a while.
I mean, the question that now is posed is, can the Buzzwole with Superpower take out a +2 Snorlax on the defensive side? I think it should, especially at the range that it is, but if Shiny Caterpie's targets into the Snorlax with the Tapu Lele, more than likely that Snorlax is going to be healthier than it, because of it recycling the Ayapapa Berry. We know that the Kartana can't do anything. It's going to be a case of you either double target into that Snorlax or use Superpower into the Snorlax from the Buzzwole and just try to whittle down whatever you can on that Kartana to stop it getting the opportunity for a +1 Giga Impact into something next turn.
I thought I do want to just one little mechanic from Scientist Ben coming out here that we do need to be aware of as well is that because that Kartana is recharging, I'm sure we remember this from our Hyper Beam playthroughs in game, but that can't switch this turn either.
No, it can't.
And so you cannot bring the Tapu Fini in to block the Psychic Terrain. So that Tapu Fini is doing more damage than usual to the Snorlax. The question is, like, does the Buzzwole actually need to go for the Kartana this turn, try and knock it out, get a Beast Boost going, to be able to knock out that Snorlax later? That's the other question here.
Something to bear in mind at the very least. Obviously, this Kartana in a dangerous spot, goes for that recharge turn. Psychic going to come straight through, doing so much damage, but that going to get healed up immediately by that Ayapapa Berry. Does not matter because the Superpower, so much damage going to come through onto that Snorlax, and then just a Tapu Fini and this Kartana left. Does have that defense drop onto Buzzwole though, but still locked into that Giga Impact, and both can protect here.
This is a tough endgame. I mean, yeah, obviously the Kartana has its choice of KOs in this spot, and actually I'm wondering if it's possible, and I'm going to draw on your expertise here, Nigel, as well, because I'm not sure whether a Moonblast would be enough to knock out this Kartana with a Life Orb or not. Or whether this Kartana just gets to attack into a Protect and then attack again. Because at -1 defense, that Buzzwole it's looking pretty threatened by a Giga Impact. Let's not beat around the bush here. That's a +1 Giga Impact coming out from this Kartana. And if Giga Impact goes into a Protect, there is no recharge turn.
Really? I didn't know
that. Honest answer, I don't know whether the Moonblast would get the knockout. Gut instinct says it will be close. Probably, I'm thinking in the range of about 70 to 80%. I think the Fini here, probably with its Moonblast, could do a sizable number to the Buzzwole itself. My inclination would be that the Kartana needs to target the Buzzwole here, even if it does protect. That said, one thing that we also do need to just bear in mind, Giga Impact is not 100% accurate. This could still miss, and I don't want the commentator to curse this, but I think
it would be funny if it happened.
It's all right.
Oh,
it's all right.
It won't be funny.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take the flak. If it misses, I'll take the flak.
Hey, you wanted the Giga Impact, so we're going to have to see how this one plays out. Protect going to come through for the Tapu Lele. Goes straight into that, protecting itself with that. But doesn't even matter because the Poison Jab finding an immediate pick-off onto Tapu Fini. And this is such a dangerous position for this Kartana. Doesn't have that recharge turn, but can still get taken out very easily by this Buzzwole.
Unfortunately, even if Giga Impact hit its mark every single time, I'm not sure there's a way that this Kartana can win. 2 Moonblasts, one this turn, one the next turn when Kartana is recharging, or just one superpower will be enough to knock it out. And unfortunately, Giga Impact hasn't changed mechanics in the last couple of turns and doesn't hit both targets at once. So I think this is definitely going Megan's way. Oh, sorry, Pixel. Shiny Caterpie's way. Anyone's way except for Megan's. Yeah, unfortunately
we can
so.
roll this onward, but certainly I don't think there's enough turns for the Kartana to survive long enough. I think had they Giga Impacted into the Buzzwole, there was a chance, and we may still see what the damage roll is from the Lele into the Kartana here, but there's not enough time. I think we can roll this out, and eventually the Kartana is going to be felled by either the Buzzwole or the Tapu Lele here.
No, most likely. Is there any opportunity, though? We'll be able to hit that Giga Impact into Buzzwole. Perfect read.
Boom.
Does not matter. But the Moonblast going to come through. Resisted, but so much pressure. This Tapu Lele just obliterates the Kartana. And that's going to be game, set, and match for Shiny Caterpie. For, I'd say, clean victory. It was a bit scrappy, but a fairly clean one, all things considered.
It's a pretty good 2017 match. Gotta hand it to both of them. That was there was backwards and forwards. There's tight positions. There's the Gotham turns with the Gigavolt Havocs and the Sunny Day on the Aurora Veils coming through. Can't ask for anything more than that.
And I think in that game 3, that penultimate turn with the Giga Impact going into the protecting Lele, just realistically, Megan needed to call that turn right, depending on who protected and who didn't. If they called it right, the game would have been theirs, almost certain. Well, no, it wouldn't have been, because we saw, even with the Tapu Lele's Moonblast, it was doing the requisite amount of damage to knock it out. It didn't actually have an out, as it showed. So
Can't argue with that, though, can you?
Yeah, it is a commiserations then to Megan this weekend. Congratulations to Shiny Caterpies of the Los Populous Hermanos. They will be going on. So I know that both teams were at 2-0 going into this week. So whoever was going to be winning this week will be taking a 3-0 going into the next week. And
that's important. It's going to help the
strong
standings out a lot for them.
Yeah, it will stake a strong claim to getting into the playoff stages as well.
Nice. Well, that was a lot of fun. Giga, some might say, to be with you. Absolutely. There we go. Yes, love that.
You're welcome.
Are you here till Thursday as well? I mean, that's some good stuff.
Here always.
No, I'm gonna leave you, lovely people, to enjoy the next couple of games that we've got going on.
Thank you for joining us for VGC 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue my being old. I'm gonna go for a nap.
That's a good idea. It's bedtime. It's 9:45. It is bedtime.
It actually, it kind of is past my bedtime. But anyway, I'm going to leave you all with that. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will see you all later on. Enjoy, everyone, for the rest of the matches. I'll be keeping an eye in the background. But for now, goodbye from me.
Your service has been.
Thank you.
Your service
very
has
much,
been greatly
Ben.
appreciated, Ben.
In that case, we are going to be going straight back into Scarlet and Violet. We've moved away from our Sun and Moon days, and we're back to the more modern sets, which I know that a lot of people prefer to see that these days, but I think it's nice that we have some of these things. So let's get started straight with Scarlet and Violet going for Regulation I. What are we going to be seeing today, though?
So we're going to start with Jack, or better known as Decrepit, of the Cherry Grove Chen Pao. Supposedly the only Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet that is incapable of being a Stellar Terra type. So we can confirm Jack is in fact an Ogre.
Well, it's a good thing I like Ogerpon.
Yep, always lovable. Rocking a Miraidon and Lunala team, very standard, followed up with a Chen Pao, Iron Hands, Whimsicott, and a Stellar Terra Urshifu, which will be the Rapid Strike variant.
Yeah, obviously the more common these days, but interesting to note, it is the Focus Sash variant. Makes a lot of sense looking at that Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu, which I really do like here. You have that Miraidon, you have that Lunala, so much special damage going to be coming through, so much to capitalize off from this Chi-Yu Beads of Ruin. I want to highlight the Whimsicott as well. That gives you a lot of terrain control. Terrain control? No, not terrain control. You had that with the Miraidon. A lot of speed control, because obviously you do still have that Trick Room. You can go for whatever style your team needs in whatever situation. I really like this from Jack. It has a lot of setup, it has a lot of security, and it has a lot of control. It's a really good, balanced team that should provide a lot of impact for the Cherry Grove Chen Paos.
But one thing it is lacking is Protect. There is only one Protect for this whole team. Yeah, just a Detect on the Urshifu. So it will mean that his opponent, or her opponent, will be able to target with relative security into most of Jack's team, apart from the Urshifu. Let's move on
interesting.
To the team.
Have a look and see what we're going to be playing up against this time. It's going to be Isaac running the opposite. No, not opposite. It's the exact same thing, pretty much. The same Urshifu, the same Whimsicott, same Lunala and Miraidon. And they do probably own more cacti than me. I don't own a cactus.
I can also confirm they do own more cacti than me. Just a couple of changes realistically between the two teams. Rather than the Iron Hands that Jack is running, it is the Intimidate on this side. Both of them are carrying the Assault Vest, so very similar methodologies of what they're trying to play. Very much looking to take the special attacks with some degree of comfort. The main difference between these teams is, rather than the Chi-Yu that we see on Jack's side, Isaac's gone for a more physical threat in this Guts Saluna with the Flame Orb. Again, another thing to note here, only the one Protect this time on the Ursaluna, as the Rapid Strike Urshifu is choice banded this time. So the Ursaluna's Earthquake is going to be only realistically brought out with the Lunala's support with Wide Guard. But again, most of this team, it very much mirrors what Jack has got.
They've kind of gone for the exact same idea in very different ways, which I like to see. It's very sensible, it's very safe, but it is a bit boring in a sense, but I do like seeing this. Ursaluna, again, we only have one Protect for both sides. Hopefully that won't be much of an issue. But we're going to have to see how this one is going to play out. Obviously, the Choice Band over Focus Sash, Urshifu, sorry. It's going to be interesting to see which one will be more optimal here.
So, let's get into the lead. So it is Jack on the bottom of our screen with Isaac on the top. It's very much the Miraidons leading off together, with Lunala supported for Isaac, whereas it's the Chi-Yu on Jack's side.
Indeed, the Don's going to come out for both sides.
Yeah. So we both know that they are choice specs Miraidons, and the Lunala has shown that the Electric Seed procs. So Lunala's defense is raised, but not really useful with two special attacking options on the field.
Obviously, getting rid of that item won't be able to do too much, but getting the defense boost early does give it a hand. Both Miraidons are speed tied most likely, so it's going to be up to this Chi-Yu. Does it go for a Snarl to try and keep Jack's Miraidon safe, and then do a little bit of, well, should do quite a fair bit of damage to this Lunala? It does have the option for a wide guard as well. Let's see what they opt for though. It's going to get things kicked off. Gonna go for the Terra Fairy immediately. Snarl popped. Will drop that special attack on both sides. But the Volt Switch gonna come through first from Jack's Miraidon. Swapping into that Iron Hand, so bulky in front of this Lunala Miraidon combination. Gonna swap immediately the other Miraidon, but the Trick Room gonna come through and an Ursaluna set up immediately. This is a really strong position for Isaac. Getting that Trick Room set up, getting the Ursaluna down is in such a good spot, facing down this Iron Hands Chi-Yu combination.
So both Miraidons were basically backpedaling back to their trainers here. They didn't really want to stick on the field. They didn't want to risk going for the Draco Meteor call. But realistically, Isaac got the better end of that turn. The Ursaluna, its burn is now set up. It is under Trick Room thanks to the Lunala. Admittedly, the Iron Hands is in a position to get a fake out off and can target both options, given that the Lunala has terrestrialized its fairy. And the Chi-Yu is now the slowest thing on the field. This Ursaluna, realistically, could go for Earthquake. It would be risky, especially considering the Iron Hands could just go for a fake out into that slot. But the Chi-Yu isn't going to do a lot of damage with the Snarl. And I think this turn will play out pretty much. Either there won't be a lot of damage involved, or the Chi-Yu is going to switch out quite quickly.
Yeah, I think Chi-Yu could be in a good position to stay, bearing in mind that fake out potential into Ursaluna, or expecting a protect could look to go into Lunala. Let's see what Jack opts to do here though. As we're going to see, swap immediately out of that boosted defense Lunala into an Incineroar, dropping the attack of Iron Hands as the fake out just going to go straight into Ursaluna. Snarl not doing basically any damage because of that Assault Vest and resisted attack. It's been a pretty slow turn, all things considered. But Isaac's put himself in a really smart position here, having access to that Incineroar, and Ursaluna now not threatened by anything.
Board position for Isaac has just improved once again, with the Incineroar coming onto the field, being able to threaten the fake out. Damage-wise, the Incineroar could also go down for the Iron Hand, and the Ursaluna has a relatively free attack into either slot here. The amount of damage it can do, I would imagine a Headlong Rush is probably the best port of call, considering that the Lunala on Jack's side is still a potential threat in the back, and if he chose to bring it in, there is a chance that the attack could whiff. Similarly, Chi-Yu could terrestrialize into the ghost typing if it so chose, to also get around a facade if it felt that that was the move of choice. But I do think Isaac's in such a brilliant position right now.
No, I'd very much agree. Isaac has managed to use the positioning of that Incineroar and Ursaluna to put himself in a really strong position. I don't know what Jack has to answer this. See what options really has. Goes for the Terror Bug. Stops that Headlong Rush doing much damage at all. And dropping that special defense as well. There's a low kick just going to take that one hit KO. Knockoff though, just going to do a little bit. But gets rid of that all important Choice Scarf. Actually helps out this Chi-Yu, meaning it does have access to a few more moves and possibly a slightly better Trick Room option. See, as this Lunala does come in to that Ursaluna spot though, Isaac was in a good spot with the perfect time. Terror Bug coming through from Jack's Iron Hands. What's the play from here though?
The Iron Hands terrestrialization was perfectly timed, and what momentum Isaac had has sort of been relinquished so badly. The Iron Hands probably can now threaten the Incineroar relatively easily. It has low kick on its arsenal, so I imagine that there could be some degree of going for the low kick into there. The Lunala, though, isn't really threatened in its current form. I say that, but there is a heavy slam on that Iron Hand, so Lunala does also have to be really careful here that it is not going to be the target, and it has no protect. Realistically, actually, the Iron Hands threatens Isaac's board so strongly that it almost pins it.
Yes, difficult spot as the Wild Charge going to be able to connect first. Critical hit coming through onto this Lunala. But I answer back with a Moonblast. And in combination with that U-turn from Incineroar, just going to take so much pressure, finding that pick onto Jack's Chi-Yu. Still, Jack is in a decent position, has lost the Chi-Yu. But Iron Hand's still the slowest thing on the field. Can threaten a big low kick potentially onto this Lunala. It won't do too much to the Lunala. Will find the KO. Will also find that Incineroar if that swaps in as well. And the Lunala on Jack's side as well does have so much pressure coming through onto its opposing Miraidon.
Yeah, I do agree with you here that the Iron Hands threatens the Lunala slot so well that a low kick is almost certainly going to be the order of the day into that slot. It may not take out the Incineroar just because of the Intimidate drops that it has had and will have to take with Incineroar switching in if it does. The Lunala on Jack's side is pretty free to use Moonblast into the Miraidon. Should pick up the KO even without the Terrestrialization option on it. But we need to also bear in mind that the Trick Room is ending, so Jack will need to take out the Miraidon relatively quickly, unless he wants to. Yeah,
but both restricted for Jack in such a healthy state. It's going to be a difficult spot for Isaac to come back from here, actually. He's going to see the Incineroar swapped in. That will drop Iron Hand's attack as the Wild Charge actually locked in for Jack, not being able to find that KO onto Incineroar. The Moonblast as well, not finding the pick. And it's going to Volt Switch immediately back out into its Lunala, breaking the Shadow Shield off of Jack's Lunala. But still, really awkward position now. Is there any way for Jack to come back into this? Does have them right into the back, but so much pressure from not finding that KO onto either Lunala or Incineroar.
I think he's living on slivers of HP right now. That is 3% on the Lunala, 3% on the Miraidon after being taken with a Moonblast. We know that Isaac has fake out pressure. This probably would go into the Iron Hand slot, almost certainly. With the Twisted Dimensions returning to normal, depending on how these Lunalas have been trained in their speed, could determine which gets their move of choice off. I would imagine both would be looking for Moongeist Beams into the opposing slot, but time will tell.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. It's going to have to be almost down to a speed tie looking at this. See what they opt to do here, because it has to come down to a little bit of luck, you'd think. Is there any way to even make a safe play, or is this all Isaac all day?
With no protect to go, it's going to be gung-ho, all guns blazing. Let's see what goes on. The
Miraidon's going to be swapping
wears off
into the Lunala slot, so we'll be getting that electric terrain up. The knockoff, though, onto the Miraidon with a double up from the Moonblast, expecting the Lunala to stay in. Will be able to find the pick, but now Jack doesn't really have much left. This Miraidon will be able to outspeed. Doesn't have that Dazzling Gleam to get a little bit of damage, but in a really scary spot if it doesn't find this pick. But Miraidon's so incredibly low, it might not be able to find more than one KO, especially looking at how bulky this Iron Hands is. And the threat of this Lunala existing as well.
Only one KO is what it needs. It is the Lunala that is got to be the target for the Miraidon. Electro Drift into that slot, and the Incineroar can mop up onto the Iron Hands with a Flare Blitz. I think if we play this turn out, I think if we play this turn out, that is what we're going to see.
Yeah, the Wide Guard are going to come through expecting Dazzling Gleam, but there you go, the Electro Drift going to come straight through onto the Lunala, and a Flare Blitz to finish off the Iron Hands. clean finish off for Isaac to take us to the first win coming forwards for the Sky Pillasaurus. See, obviously that was only game number 1. There is still that opportunity for Jack to make a comeback, but that almost seemed clinical, a clean finish for Isaac. How do you even come back from this if you're Jack?
Whether or not I'd say it was clinical, there were missteps in the early stages of the trick room. Isaac did lose his Ursaluna quite early, thanks to a well-timed terrestrialization. But in the end, that sort of puts Jack on the back foot later on, where the Flare Blitz clear up, as we saw right at the end of the day. I don't think Isaac necessarily got the most out of their trick room turns, but it does seem to me that the trick room was a much stronger play for them overall. Going back to what the teams are, I think Chi Yu probably didn't do as much work as it could have done. The Snarls weren't really that impactful in the long term, and it got picked off relatively easily. But at the same time, it was having to operate under a trick room and locked into
It's not really ideal,
Snarl.
is it?
Yeah, didn't really want to switch out to anything particularly in the back to either break the Shadow Shield if it was the case of Jack's own Lunala, or say the Miraidon is going to be in a similarly disadvantageous position in terms of its speed being naturally fast anyway. Do you have a good
100%.
switch up here? Whimsicott, maybe, could be an option if you wanted to
There
go
has to be
for a Tailwind
adaptations.
option. Yeah. And then we do have the opportunity for Whimsicott to potentially bring the Encore into play to make the
100%.
trick rooms twisted back into his favour.
It's a gamble you have to make, but let's not waste any more time. See how both of these players try and make adaptations for game number 2. Can Jack come back from this though? Wasn't in a good spot, but see how he opts to go this, as we see Miraidon and Whimsicott going to be swapped in for Isaac. Same lead again for Jack, expecting the Lunala. Could look for a Snarl, possibly looking for a Heatwave, get that sorted early. The Whimsicott adaptation for Isaac though. Good start, good lead, gives him options to get things set up with an early Tailwind.
This obviously suggests to me that Isaac is looking for the Tailwind route, and rightfully so. It is under threat from the Chi Yu, as you inclined. The Heat Wave is going to be a serious threat, and whether or not the Miraidons opt into the mutually assured Draco Meteor or Electro Drift destruction could be a big turning point here, depending on if either decide to not Terra. It's going to be a big turn, I think, and this could swing the momentum really favourably one way or the other.
100%. We'll have to see where that really goes from here. Does have that Whimsicott to try and make a play here. See what it goes for though. Gonna go for the Terra Fairy on the side of Jack. Get things set up early. Light screen coming through though, just about saving the Whimsicott, but it doesn't even matter. The Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, picks up the one-hit knockout, essentially, taking care of both the Whimsicott and Miraidon. No threat at all. As Urshifu, Lunala gonna be those final 2 for Isaac. Is there anything left in the tank?
I thought a turn 1 could be explosive, but a double knockout straight away was not on my bingo card. The light screen, you would think, might have given the opportunity for 1 or 2 of the, possibly the Miraidon to survive Dazzling Gleam, but the Terra really amping the damage enough to knock out both targets. Now, Isaac's not completely out of this. Jack does have the advantage on the Pokemon side, but Lunala does need to wide guard this time. We know that both of these are going to use spread moves, so it is very likely that Jack is going to do a double switch this turn.
Yeah,
Jack
potentially,
could
but still, really good spot.
Yeah.
to even
Jack
force
could call the
damage.
bluff. Realistically, Isaac could do a double attacking move and sort of call the bluff that Jack will need to switch both targets. But if Jack calls this bluff and just attacks with both, it could be over a lot quicker.
Absolutely. See what it opts for, though. Chi-Yu, as you said, going to get swapped out. Will this Miraidon go with it? Will go into this Lunala. Going to keep it nice and safe as the wide guard, as you called it, going to come through. Surging strikes onto that Lunala, blocked a little bit by that Shadow Shield. But that still does 59% to this Lunala. So much damage from the Choice Band Urshifu. Not really in a position to answer.
Yeah, Isaac really couldn't afford to not wide guard that turn, realistically. And I think made the correct call. The Urshifu getting the damage down into the Lunala is useful because it means that the Shadow Shield is broken. All intents and purposes, the Urshifu is going to have to protect with the Iron Hands having fake out pressure brought forward. And the Lunala on Isaac's side could attempt to just go for a Moongeist beam into Jack's Lunala here, which should secure the knockout. But this turn could sort of be a bit of a damp squib, all things considered.
Definitely. But still in a good spot. Can opt to go for that fake out from the Iron Hands onto Urshifu. Does not have a protect as it is Choice Band. But then it comes down to the speed tie on the Lunalas. See if there's an option here. Gonna go for the Terra Fairy onto Lunala. Surging strikes though onto the Iron Hands. No fake out, not even worried about it. See what it goes for here. The Moongeist gonna come through from Isaac's Lunala, but Iron Hands gonna be able to tank that cleanly. Breaks the Shadow Shield with the Moongeist. But doesn't matter, the Wild Charge taking it down to 45 and the recoil taking care of that Iron Hands. And it's just the restricteds on the field for Jack now. Still in a good spot, has that speed advantage with the Miraidon. Could look for a pick onto this Lunala, but still dangerous position. Is there a way to come back for this if you're Isaac?
Probably not, I fear. The Miraidon's definitely going to be the fastest thing on the field. I don't think a spread move in terms of Dazzling Gleam would be the option because Lunala could then threaten the wide guard. Similarly, Electro Drift might be the call to make, and I think into Lunala is the safest bet. This does leave Jack's Lunala free to try and attack the Urshifu, but the Urshifu we've seen is faster. So a Surging Strikes into either slot is more than likely. It just depends whether or not it's worried about having to go down to its sash at this particular turn.
Absolutely. See what it does go for, though. This Miraidon is in a great spot. There's the forfeit just going to get popped immediately for Isaac. Doesn't even matter. You'd have to think that Jack just kind of dominated that game. Put Isaac into a position where there wasn't really any comeback at all. Really smart plays coming out from Jack here.
Yeah, I think Isaac saw the writing on the wall there and just decided to discretion was the better part of valor at that point. I think the Miraidon probably just clears up that situation where it is. The firepower wasn't going to be left. So in terms of that, yeah, you can't really fault Isaac making that decision. And it does make you wonder whether or not going for the Trick Room option for game 3 for Isaac's side is the correct call. Go back to something that is tried and tested. But Jack has shown that he has the tools to actually deal sizable damage onto all options on Isaac's side. And the lack of protects, it's going to be an explosive battle one way or the other.
No, it really is. It's going to see a fantastic finish for our second game of this half. We'll see how Jack and Isaac get themselves set up here, as we're going to get straight into game number 3. Isaac going to lead off again with that lead from game number 1. Lunala Miraidon, immediate counter with the Chi-Yu Miraidon. Yet again, 3 games, 3 Chi-Yu Miraidon leads. See how they opt to play this one, though. It could go either way now. We've seen this play out in both ways. Could be a bit risky.
I say Insanity is expecting the same result happen again, and I think we're going to get a different slice of what's going to happen here. It's really difficult to call. There's going to be mind games aplenty now that they know that a spread move could do significant damage. I think the Lunala on Isaac's end threatening the Y-God could be pivotal in forcing Jack to consider more single target attacks, but it is very early days. I think the Lunala has just enough in the tank, assuming it terastallizes, to get a trick room off of it.
We'll have to see what happens here. They could look for the wide guard play. It's a Terra Fairy for Jack's Miraidon. The wide guard are going to come through. The counter Terra Fairy doesn't break that, doesn't do too much. Breaks the Shadow Shield, but the Electro Drift from Jack finds that one-hit knockout, taking care of Isaac's Miraidon. That forces the Terra so early, takes the pressure away. And now the Ursaluna, not really in any position, does get burnt. Oh no, it doesn't get burnt because it swapped in after the turn and finished. This is not looking good for Isaac.
Isaac lost the speed tie on the Miraidons and basically forfeited his. The White Guard, whilst in theory was a sensible play, as I mentioned before, single target attacks sort of were always potentially looming, basically because of how Lunala could threaten that potential move. That being said, Isaac's not in the worst position. Could potentially get the trick room off here this turn. All depends on... no, actually he can't. Because of the Miraidon's Electro Drift, the Lunala is now susceptible with the Shadow Shield broken. Chi-Yu probably won't be able to do too much damage now and may be inclined to switch out. The Ursaluna, it's not threatened by either side, so... Is this actually a point where...
Overheat and Electro Drift. It's really safe here.
I'm wondering, actually, if Isaac's going to make a play here and sort of bank on a lot of things, it could be an Earthquake play from the Ursaluna and just try to do as much damage to Chi-Yu and Miraidon as possible. Without the Guts boost, it may not get the knockout onto the Miraidon. I would imagine the Chi-Yu should go down to an Earthquake. But that Lunala cannot stay in its current position. But I don't think there's anything in the back. Yeah, there's nothing in the back, really.
Opposed to this, and there's not anything in the back at all. The second Electro Drift going to immediately find that knockout as the Facade locked into Miraidon. Doesn't do much. It's the Incineroar going to be that final Pokemon for Isaac. He's really in an awful spot here. Can't really force all too much. Does have that Ursaluna that is now got that Guts boost activated. But does he have enough left in the tank to take care of all 4 of Jack's Pokemon here?
So, the sensible option for Isaac would be to fake out the Miraidon just to make sure that the Incineroar is preserved at this point. Realistically, the Ursaluna has the damage output now to double tap into that slot and take out whatever, either whether it's the Miraidon that stays in or something that switches in. Could also opt to headlong rush into the Lunala and break the Shadow Shield in that way, but would incur defensive drops, which would leave it more susceptible to late game threats. I think the Lunala therefore is pretty safe to opt for a Moonblast state into the Ursaluna, potentially. That would be my inclination here.
Yeah, quite possibly, but Ursaluna isn't in a really good position here. Electro Drift, no fake out from the Incineroar, doesn't matter. The one-hit knockout from the Miraidon, so incredibly powerful. Does return it with an Earthquake, but it doesn't even matter. Finds the Miraidon, but Chi-Yu comes in, and the combination of a Dark Pulse and Moonblast. Easy finish coming out as Jack able to take game number 3 so incredibly cleanly. This Miraidon did so much damage. It's insane how powerful this Pokemon is, as Jack's going to take our second set of this half.
So well done to the Cherry Grove Chen Pal this week. that 2-1 game is going to be pivotal, I'm sure, with
You've struggled with that
their
today, haven't you?
results.
It's a hard word.
It's been a hard one. But
It's been a long day.
Jack's game 2 and 3, really, those first turns just basically decided the whole outcome of those particular games. The double knockout turn 1 in game 2 was absolutely seismic in terms of shifting the momentum. But that game 3, winning the Miraidon potential speed tie, we can't be sure. They may be trained slightly differently. But getting the Miraidon down and out in one shot basically took Isaac's main offensive threats outside of the Ursaluna. But without Trick Room, it just couldn't do enough damage fast enough. And it was just going to be a sitting duck near the end.
It really was, wasn't it? Because of that immediate pick off onto Isaac's Miraidon, there was no way the Trick Room could get set up for that Ursaluna. There was just nothing that Isaac could really do there. Jack forced his hand, forced him into a real corner here, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing left for Isaac. Full credit to Jack, though. That was incredibly well played.
So, obviously, commiserations to Isaac as well, and the Skypilosaurus for this week. Hopefully, this will not deter you, and you'll go on to bigger and better things the next week. And I'm sure that you'll get another.
You have to move on.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll get another cacti to move on with this commiseration as well.
Go find yourself a Maractus. On that note, let's quickly move forwards to our, I believe, final set of the day, as we have a look at our last set. Here we have Way Lazy Squid for the Pormo Paramedics, with a bit of a heartbreaking fun fact. I'd say that's not really a fun fact, that's more upsetting. Went all the way to NAIC to secure that World's invite, just to finish 76th in EU. Now, I've heard it's not all doom and gloom. I've been told this was part of a stag do over in New Orleans, but missing out whilst going to NAIC, that's heartbreaking. So
yeah, but I'm sure whatever happens, though, given that he's had a stag do, I'm sure the rest of the weekend was an absolute blast. Looking at the team, looking at the team,
what can you say?
We've got these Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider option here. Some of the more interesting support picks here. The joys of Moody Smeargle returns to grace our screens in week 3. Once again, using the Spore, Decorate, Follow Me, and Fake Out option. But something that also
it's always safe. It's always sensible these days. It can always get value.
Oh yes, nothing like putting a few daubs of paint on your best doggo to give it a good attacking boost here. I am a bit curious of with the Tornadus, the option to go for the sharp beak over the Covert Cloak is a bit of an odd choice.
I have seen it popping up a lot more.
Yeah, I am assuming that it gives Bleak Windstorm some sort of rolls onto parts of the meta to either hit breakpoints or knockouts. I can't be sure, unfortunately. I don't have enough experience with Tornadus currently in Red Eye, but the Taunt is also a very useful tool here. It's
very standard here as well. I like this.
Yeah. It's a very standard feeling team, and the Rillaboom tried and tested.
You can't argue with a Rillaboom, can you? Especially on a Zamazenta team. And it's going to provide a lot of support and utility for this setup Life Orb Calyrex Shadow. That's going to, if that gets set up late, that's going to be in a really dangerous position. Interesting to see how Way's opponent is able to come back from this.
So let's move on from the monkey business and go into our next opponent, which is going to be
it's a second Smeargle.
There is a second Smeargle. Phil P3DS, big fan of Lucario and Rowlet lines, and his main Rowlet plush has been to Pokemon event on 3 different continents across the years. So I'm guessing that it's going to be NA, OC, and EU, more than likely.
Well, I should hope it's EU. You know, given where we're situated.
I'd be worried if it wasn't.
Well,
but
yeah. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, so Phil's opting in for the Calyrex Ice Rider rather than the Shadow Rider of Way.
Yes,
That's
very
paired
much a
up
more
with a
slower team.
paired up with, well, you say sir, Choice Scarf Miraidon with Electric Terror.
Parabolic Charge. Now, I want to highlight this because obviously this is not what you typically see on any Miraidon set, let alone Choice Scarf. Just to clarify, to all of those who are, I'm sure, looking at Parabolic Charge and thinking, what does that do? It's a relatively lowish base power move, 65, that deals damage to all adjacent Pokemon, including your ally, and heals for 50% of all damage that it does, which can be quite threatening, let's be fair. Especially looking at how much damage this Miraidon can put off.
Yeah, so typically when you have a Choice Scarf therein, the fourth slot of choice would normally be a Snarl. So Phil's opting for a bit of healing potential. Not necessarily anything wrong with that, but nothing on his team currently resists or is immune to the Parabolic Charge, so he will be doing damage to all of his other teammates if he opts in to use that move. That being said, another move that I want to highlight here, the Volcarona, rather than running options such as Struggle Bug or Fiery Dance or even Heat Wave, Phil's opted for Flamethrower, which is unusual for a Volcarona set, but not unheard of.
Not what you'd normally see, is it?
Yeah, so given this, it's much more supportive base. We see the Rage Powder and the Tailwind as well on this particular Volcarona.
Really useful options here. I mean, it is typically a Trick Room team, as we can see, looking at obviously the Calyrex Ice Rider and Farigiraf combination, but having a Tailwind as well gives Phil options to play around should he need with them, which I do like to see.
I think this is going to be a good matchup, all things considered. We got the Battle of the Horses, and then we got One Good Doggo versus Long-Necked Dragon. So let's kick off.
See how that one works out, but won't waste any more time. Gonna get things kicked off. Way versus Phil. The lead's gonna be Calyrex, Shadow, and Smeargle for Way, and Phil leading the Smeargle. Calyrex Ice, Horse v Horse, Smeargle v Smeargle. Is there a play for a fake out here? Are they looking to get a Trick Room set up early? Potential Spore play as well. Is there any option for anything here?
It's like looking into a mirror and seeing the reflection of you. Just one of it's colder and the other one's a bit more dead. It's kind of an odd situation. The Smeargles probably on Way's side will want to fake out the Calyrex. On Phil's side, it probably wants to fake out the Smeargle.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that both are going to be trained relatively the same. There could be slight differences. So it could be a speed tie on that front. The Calyrex Shadow Rider isn't too threatened at this stage. But I think the Calyrex Ice Rider will need to Terra preemptively to avoid being hit by an Astral Barrage. That said, we could see nasty plots on the Calyrex take full advantage of that. There's a lot of mind
There's a really dangerous play I've noticed as well. Both of these Smeargles are in fact Terra Ghost. So there could be something funny here if they're trying to avoid fake outs. Is what they're going to go for. They could try and fake out each other preying on speed ties. Could look to try and get the Calyrex Shadow Rider set up with the nasty plots. See what both these players opt to do here. So we're going to see the Terrifier coming through for Phil's Calyrex. It's going to protect on Ways, immediately recognizing the Spore potential. But one going to fail. Ways finds that connection onto Calyrex Ice Rider. That's an immediate value as the speed boost going to get popped through for Phil's. That's important. Getting a speed boost early onto Phil's Smeargle. That's going to give so much pressure, so much value coming into this later game.
Phil may not have been able to get the spore off onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex this turn, but with +2 speed, I am almost certain that it can outspeed the Calyrex this turn, and that puts a lot more pressure on. Now, Wei could switch into his Rillaboom if he had it in the back, but similarly speaking, getting the Calyrex asleep, it does burn its mandatory sleep turn in the previous turn, so it can wake up this turn, could potentially go for a Trick Room, more likely to go for some damage potentially.
It is a bit risky though. I don't know what the options are here. Do you opt to keep the Calyrex Shadow safe if you are Wei? Or do you try and make a more aggressive play? See what they opt to do here. We're going to see the Calyrex swap immediately into the Rillaboom, expecting that Spore coming through, which we do see from Phil Smeargle. But the counter Spore actually for Wei doesn't even matter. The Glacial Lance going to come through, breaks the Focus Sash, and does so much damage down onto Wei's Rillaboom. That turns the game on its head. That turn 1 wake up manages to save things for Phil here.
We still need to see the Moody boost here just to see what's going to transpire, whether it changes the dynamic of the potential next turn, Rich. But yes, the Calyrex getting that first turn wake up is pivotal. Wei rightly called the Spore into that slot, and for his troubles, did manage to block it. But Wei getting the sleep onto Phil Smeargle does slow that down, but the Calyrex waking up just basically blows the game wide open. Rillaboom does have fake out pressure, could take that into the Calyrex this turn, could opt to break the Focus Sash on the Smeargle. Wei Smeargle is still likely faster than Phil's Calyrex Ice Rider, so there is still the threat of the Spore this turn. So Wei's not completely out of it, but the damage is significant, and if the Calyrex gets another free turn to use Glacial Lance, this jousting session could become rather deadly.
Absolutely. See what Wei has to do here. It does have the speed advantage over Phil for the time being. But does he have the control? Does he have the nerve to say, I'm going to be able to take this, I'm going to be able to tank this? See what happens. We do see that special defense coming through, but another attack boost for Wei's, as Miraidon going to get swapped in immediately from that. Doesn't matter though, the Spore actually blocked by that electric terrain. People forget this interaction all the time. Wei losing that, but the Glacial Lance finds that pit, gets that all-important attack boost. This puts Phil in a really good spot at a +1 Calyrex Ice. It's not really a lot it can do here, but saves it a little bit, puts him in a better position, and already gets him that advantage. Really good spot here for Phil.
Brief moment that the electric terrain was set up by Phil was pivotal in being able to allow the Calyrex free reign this turn. In Wei's defense, though, the switch out of Rillaboom was probably a sound choice with the U-turn, I believe. And it does mean that the terrain for now is back in Wei's favor. He does have fake out pressure. The Zamazenta being brought in does mean that the defense boost is given. And with the Calyrex also taking an attack boost, it does neutralize the threat that the Calyrex have. Miraidon, though, still open to potentially being able to Volt Switch, assuming that it doesn't get faked out. I think the Calyrex here is in a position where it doesn't really need the Trick Room anymore. I don't think it does. It could high horsepower into the Zamazenta slot, which would do significant damage to it. And I think the Miraidon's Volt Switch eventually would take out the Rillaboom here. It's just a case of playing the turn out, and I think seeing what transpires.
Yeah, definitely. But we are just going to see that fake out onto Calyrex, opting for the Volt Switch onto Zamazenta, though. That will be able to keep it alive, and there's Body Press going to get onto the Swell Corona. Could find the burn, but doesn't. Just going to take a little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet, safe from that Flame Body for now. But this does put Wei into a bit of an awkward spot. Volcarona does threaten both, but is possibly slower. This might give Phil the opportunity he needs to get this Calyrex set up in a Trick Room.
Yeah, I think Calyrex can forego the Trick Room. The Zamazenta took a lot of damage from the Rocky Helmet on the Volcarona, bringing it down just under half before the grassy terrain. The Volcarona itself is in a wonderful position right now. We've seen that the body press doesn't do a significant amount of damage, and the Rillaboom doesn't really have the offensive capabilities to break through that Volcarona either. This gives a free opportunity for the Volcarona either to potentially even set up Tailwind if it wanted to, but I would imagine that the Flamethrower is much more warranted in this slot. You could opt to Rage Powder to also draw attacks away from the Calyrex. It's a difficult situation here, I think, for Way's side of the field. Zamazenta's not going to be able to do enough damage if the Volcarona decides to pull it away from the Calyrex itself.
It's just going to come down to mind games at this point, isn't it? What does Way have in the tank here? Try and keep this Trick Room or potentially Tailwind coming up. Seemingly has to get this Rillaboom off the field. Will do so, opting to just immediately swap to this Calyrex Shadow Rider. As a wide guard for the Zamazenta. Doesn't block the Flamethrower, though. That's going to do big damage as the double up, the high horsepower into the Calyrex Shadow slot. Finds so much pressure. Phil, this covers so many play options as well. The Flamethrower finding the pick onto Rillaboom if it goes there. High horsepower doing so much to Zama. And that's already way down to his final 2. And all 4 left for Phil. Really strong position here with a +2 Calyrex Ice Rider.
Calyrex has hit its stride now and is literally galloping across the field for its victory. The Volcarona here, once again back into a wonderful position, being able to target the Zamazenta and Rillaboom relatively freely with a Flamethrower. I could see a double protect being used this turn just to get pressure that the Rillaboom has. Possibly only the Calyrex really needs to do it. The Volcarona, if it takes the fake out, sure, but could burn the Rillaboom for its troubles.
It's difficult because you have to be careful of this flame body, obviously. But still, Option doesn't even consider it. Way gonna immediately go for the forfeit. Knows there's no way back into this. And Phil takes game number 1. Gets himself set up in a really advantageous position. Doesn't lose a Pokemon. And Way recognizes this. Way knows there's no coming back. And just goes straight for the forfeit, which I have to respect. Because you accidentally give Phil this perfect position to get himself set up even further.
The Calyrex just wasn't put under enough pressure in any of those turns in the game. It got free.
Not at all.
It got free reign basically to trample all over its opposition and literally ride itself to victory. +2 by the time of the forfeit. It only even used 1 Glacial Lance. That is how significant it can be. With the high horsepower as well, just being able to get that double up into Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, take that out of the equation. Just
it's just really safe plays, safe but sensible, and really advanced. It puts Phil in such a progressive position where he can afford to take these plays just to try and guarantee things, and it works out. So full credit to Phil. Is there a way for Way to come back into this? We're gonna have to find out as we get things kicked off with game number 2. See how they try and adapt from this. Way gonna opt for the exact same thing. Calyrex, Shadow, and Smeargle. And Phil again, Cali, Ice, Smeargle. No changes here. But they expect this play. Surely the Spores protects, no fake outs. Or is they gonna try and make something else happen?
Well, this is a mind game of quintessential proportions. They basically led the same thing. Smeargles, we know that in the game 1 they both wanted to spore into the opposite horse. Could Phil opt to make the choice to bring in the Miraidon to negate that spore pressure. At the same
Does have that
time,
option.
yeah, but it just gives Calyrex a potential free reign to use an Astral Barrage to deal significant damage to that Miraidon. The Smeargle would be unaffected, but I think the damage would really be quite significant, and then Wei could use the momentum brought from that potential damage to really start to get his Calyrex snowballed in this second game.
It really is a bit of a gamble you have to make here if you are Wei. How aggressive do you want to be? If you're Phil, how passive do you want to be? See what they opt for here. They're just going to go for that same Terrify rally, the fake out onto Phil's Smeargle. As Calyrex Shadow is able to get a Psychic off, that will finish off Phil's Smeargle. Gets a +1 to the Cali Shadow, but that Glacial Lance from Phil drops it down to its Focus Sash, and big damage onto Wei's Calyrex Shadow, as that Choice Scarf Miraidon is going to be able to come in for Phil. Really good position here. Does have the option to just take care of business and shut down this Calyrex.
The speed boost onto the Smeargle meant that the Miraidon being switched in had to happen, almost with unerring necessity, just because the spore pressure into the Calyrex Ice Rider would have been significantly stronger. The Miraidon is in a good spot to get some decent damage down. I think, actually, in this very rare position, that the Parabolic Charge may be the move of choice.
It may be. It will be very powerful, looking obviously stab in electric terrain from a Miraidon. But you have to look for a bit of spread at this point, and that's the only option that Phil has. It's going to be risky, but you can opt for it. See what he opts for. See if there is a play here for Wei, because it's not looking good. The protect for the Calyrex Shadow, you have to respect that here. And here you go, the Parabolic Charge, as you called it. Protecting on his own Calyrex Ice, keeps that nice and safe. As the Miraidon comes, the Rillaboom comes in, negating Miraidon's electric terrain. That will put Wei in a slightly better position, but not a massively better one.
Yeah. Both Smeargles though now down, so no more painting on this game too.
Thank goodness.
The Miraidon though is still a potential threat with the Parabolic Charge. It won't do a lot of damage, but it could be within reach of that Calyrex Shadow Rider at the moment. However, it would mean having to deal damage to your own Calyrex Ice Rider, which is just protected, and the Rillaboom switching in brings with it fake out pressure. I think Wei's best option probably is to fake out into the Miraidon slot, because I would imagine that the Calyrex will switch, and then the Calyrex Shadow Rider should have free reign to go for its move of choice. If the Miraidon, and that would mean that the Parabolic Charge wouldn't go off, so the Calyrex would get relatively free damage onto both sides of the field.
Yeah. It's surprising, because you look at this and think that Phil has all of the ground, but no. Wei's in a really good position here with that Rillaboom fake out. Is the option to go for that. The Terrifier actually going to come through first, countering potentially for that Glacial Lance going to come through. Astral Pop, though, will be able to find the one-hit knockout onto Miraidon, but this Glacial Lance potentially will find the pickup onto the Calyrex Shadow. Doesn't find the Rillaboom. Perfectly timed Terra as well. Wei was aware of this. Keeps that safe for now. But this is scary. Does bring in that Volcarona. Rocky Helmet, Flame Body into 2 physical attackers. This is not really the position you want to be in if you are Wei.
Let me just double check what this Rillaboom has in terms of its coverage move. It is a U-turn rather than a high horse. This does mean that the Volcarona is now in a much better position to be able to fire off the fire type attacks into the Zamazenta. We know they no longer can terrestrialize. The Rillaboom is relatively more secure in that side, but it is under threat, therefore, from the Calyrex being able to high horsepower. With the +1 attack that it's just got, it should be able to live this turn. It may force the Volcarona to have to Rage Powder to draw the Zamazenta's offensive prowess away from it. But all things considered, I think Phil's I think Phil is in the much better position here.
Phil is in the driver's seat, has full control with the Volcarona Rage Power here. Protect for the Zamazenta. Gonna want to keep that safe for now as the Rage Powder going to come through. Won't be able to find that burn with Flame Body as it is now a Terra Fire. But it does give the opportunity for the high horsepower to come through from Phil's Calyrex Ice Rider. And a +2 Calyrex Ice facing down just this Zamazenta. Is there enough left for Way? I think that might be it. The Protect for Calyrex wants to keep it safe for now. Body press blocked as the Flamethrower doing so much damage takes it down to 40%. And that is going to be game for Phil. Clean taken. This is a clinical finish for Phil to take the Castelia City Cobalions to a clean finish there.
Absolutely dominant performance by Phil, really being able to harness his team to the absolute maximum. Really good Calyrex Ice Rider fundamentals and just knew the team inside out and just, I can't say it much better. It was just a beautiful set of games from Phil there.
It was just clinical, clean finish, clean plays, clean predictions, everything you want to see from your aggressive, perfectly timed Calyrex Ice player with that Miraidon. I think that was near perfect play from Phil, and that's what you want to see if you are part of the Castelia City Cobalions. So congratulations to Phil there.
We also have to give commiserations to Way and the Portmont Paramedics. It's not been the start to the season that they have wanted, unfortunately, but I'm sure there are still plenty more weeks on the horizon. They can still make playoffs from this position if they have good fortune and good runs in the remaining games. But
100%, there's always that option.
Yes, but that brings us neatly and quite lately to the end of week 3's.
It's not 20 to 11, I swear. It's past my bedtime.
I don't know where the time's gone. I really don't know where the time's
it happens,
gone.
though, doesn't it? But it's been a good one. So, no, I do want to firstly say thank you to Nigel for joining me. Thank you to Rich for obviously hosting the stream, hosting all of the, hosting UKITT as well. So, thank you very much, Rich, and for letting us stream on your channel. We won't get you banned, I promise. He will cry. He's just told us. No, I just want to say congratulations to all of our winners today, and thank you very much for joining us this evening. All games, as usual, will be starting on Tuesday, and we will be back next Sunday for more UKITT on this channel. So, I believe, unless there's anything else from yourself, Nigel.
Did you know that as humans we evolved from Pokemon? We're descended from primates. I'll let that one sink in for a second.
Thank you. I don't know what I want to do with that information. I have no idea what we're supposed to do with that. I feel like just as well on a closing note for Ron, because I know she'd appreciate it. I do have a shiny Pawmi that I just want to show off because I think she'd appreciate that. So there you go. No, I think that is going to be it from us today. Thank you very much to everyone who has competed today. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes, and thank you to all of the viewers for sticking around. We'll be back next week for more UKITT. Until then, we'll see you all soon. Take care.
See you all soon, guys.